Tuesday, November 4th, 2025. I'd like to call this meeting to order at 9 o'clock. And in the spirit of reconciliation, we wish to acknowledge the enduring relationship between the Indigenous peoples and the lands and territories that they have traditionally occupied. We recognize and deeply appreciate the historic connection they have to this place, the land, the water, the sky, and all that live on, in, and above it. We are grateful for the opportunity to meet here, and we want to thank the generations of Indigenous peoples who have taken care of this place and who continue to care for it. And we want to show our respect. Hundreds of years after the first treaties were signed, in duplicate and triplicate, they remain relevant today. May they guide our decisions and our actions. We commit to learn, to educate, to honor sacred places, to take action towards real truth and reconciliation. And I don't know about you, but I find myself having a greater appreciation of the lands around us and the care that's been taken care of them this time of year. It's so much nicer when I look out my window. I don't see a single light. Nothing against my neighbors, but I appreciate the darkness at night. And but you know, there's also challenges. I was very appreciative this morning that my contractor came in a few minutes before I was leaving, so he was able to clear the tree that fell across the lane. And driving down the 400 and having to move that sun visor from the front to the side, to the front to the side, because the sun's farther in the south and it's lower, even though we went through the time change. But, and you know, you had to see where you're going because they're still busy paving the 400 between exits 168 and 162 for those of you who travel north on the 400. Hopefully they'll be done soon before too much snow flies. But enough of the chit chat. Council, any declarations of pecuniary interest or conflict of interest or anything else you'd like us to know in advance? And you know, as per usual, if something comes up, please say so, as I commend one councillor for doing so yesterday during closed. So it's always appreciated when, if it doesn't come up initially, if it comes up later, please let us know. I've been advised we have no open forum, and therefore we're going to go down to the Municipal Act public meetings portion of our show today, and that means a little speech. This morning there's a public meeting scheduled for 2 Shore Road closing applications. I will briefly summarize the procedure to be utilized for the meeting. First, the clerk will advise council as to when, how, and to whom notice of the public meeting was circulated for the proposed road closings being considered. Next, staff will advise the purpose and effect of the bylaws and provide for any other information that is relevant to the application, and staff will summarize any correspondence on file. From there, the public will have an opportunity to speak and provide comments to the bylaw being considered. Please be respectful of time and be concise with your comments. All commentators are requested to state their name and address, and then council will have an opportunity to provide comments for clarification. I now declare this meeting to be a public meeting pursuant to Municipal Act SO 2001 C25 as amended to deal with the following proposed Shore Road closing bylaws. R2306 for 7028 Severn River Shore and R25-03 for 10134 Georgian Bay Shore. To our clerk, please.
Notice of the public meeting was digitally published in a virtual newspaper and was sent to the abutting neighbors in the close proximity of the property at least 30 days prior to this morning's meeting.
Thank you very much. And now I get to say to our clerk in regards to application to close Shore Road Allowance R25-03 for 10134 Georgian Bay Shore. Madam Clerk.
Application R25-03 requests the purchase of the Shore Road Allowance at 1013 Georgian Bay Shore. The applicant is requesting the purchase of the SRA to increase their overall property size. Part 1 shown on the reference plan shows the 128.81 linear meters at a cost of $242 per linear meter for a purchase price of $31,172.02 plus HST. The property is zoned shoreline residential type 1 as per the district's GeoHub zoning layer. There are no open building permits on file and no correspondence has been received on this application. The subject lands are located in the waters of Georgian Bay near North Bay and Mermaid Island. Here you can see an aerial view of the location map. Here is a map of the subject lands. And on the aerial image of the subject lands, you can see the dock and the primary structure. On this sketch, you can see the main cabin with deck, storage sheds, wooden cabin, outhouse, and docks. And on the final survey, you can see part 1 is outlined. The shore road of both neighboring properties has been previously purchased and the extension lines are set.
Thank you very much. Are there any members of the public or the applicant themselves who wish to speak to this? You do have the applicant? No. Okay. Given all that silence, I'm going to turn it over to council. Council, any questions or comments on this? And Councillor Cooper, we'll begin with you, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Just wanting to come back at this from an explanation perspective, I guess. And specifically, I read a statement in here that sort of talks about the applicant as making this application for the purpose of owning the lands and increasing the land area. I just wanted to make sure we are clear that it would be increasing the land area, I believe, for something like a real estate listing. But in fact, these shore road allowances cannot be sold to anybody else other than the abutting property. There are riparian rights. If you're trying to add a dock or a boathouse, a new one, you need to add and purchase the shore road allowance, is my understanding. But you can't count it as extra. The planning department, if you were adding another building on the main part of the property, they're already taking into consideration the shore road allowance as being part of the area, is my understanding. Is that all correct, Clerk Way?
Through your worship, yes, that's correct.
So I just wanted, because of the way it's worded here, I don't want to give the wrong impression that all of a sudden the land's going to be much larger, other than for the reason I stated about real estate. Thank you.
Are there any other questions or comments? All right, seeing none, I'm going to read the motion. I'm quite familiar with this property. I've stared across the bay at it for decades. Moved by Councillor Bochek, seconded by Councillor Hazelton. Be it resolved that Council pass the closing bylaw 2025-071 to stop up, close, and convey part of the original shore road allowance line in front of Broken Lot 50, Concession 8, being Part 1, Plan 35R-27891, formerly Baxter, now in the Township of Georgian Bay, the District Municipality of Muskoka, or known as 10134 Georgian Bay Shore, for the purchase price of $35,224.38. Plus HST? No. Okay, for the purchase price of $35,224.38. All those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you. And we have one more, and that's for Shore Road Allowance R23-06 for 7028 Severn River Shore. Madam Clerk.
Application R23-06 requests the purchase of the shore road allowance at 7028 Severn River Shore. The applicant is requesting the purchase of the SRA to increase their overall property size. Part 1, shown on the reference plan, shows a total of 104.73 linear meters at a cost of $242 per linear meter for a purchase price of $25,344.66 plus HST. The property is zoned shoreline residential type 1, SR1, as per the district's GeoHub zoning layer. There are no open building permits on file and no correspondence has been received on this application. The subject lands are located in Severn River, adjacent to the Severn River Conservation Reserve and Lost Channel. Here you can see an aerial image of the location. Here's a map of the subject lands. And here is an aerial view of the subject lands where you can see the boathouse and dock and the primary structure, apologies. And on this sketch, you can see the main cabin with a screen porch and deck, storage sheds, bunkie, boathouse, and dock. And here in the final survey, you can see the outline of part 1 to be transferred. There's also a hydro easement. My mouse won't show it here. In the very southern portion of the Shore Road allowance that contains a transformer station.
All right, thank you very much. Are there any members of the public or the applicant who wish to speak to this matter? Seeing none, council. Are there any councillors? Councillor Predko, followed by Councillor Bochek, please.
Thank you, and through you, Chair. Quick question to the clerk. Are there any easements or other access points that need to be considered for this as part of the closing of the Shore Road allowance?
There's just that one hydro easement for the transformer, which is on the very end of the Shore Road, and that's one of the reasons why this application's been in process for 2 years. It's getting that sorted out.
So it's taken care of. That's okay. Good.
Yes,
Thank you.
yes.
Thank you. Councillor Bochek, followed by Councillor Cooper.
Thank you, and through you, Your Worship. I think my question will be to the Planning Department. On this property, is the approval of the Trent Severn waterway part of the approval process, or is it not? I didn't see anything in the planning report that suggested that. Thank you.
Through the mayor to Councillor Bochek. So certainly if there was a planning application, development, a dock, a boathouse, that sort of thing, a Trent Severn permit would be required. There's nothing here that triggers a permit from Trent Severn at this time.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Cooper.
I'll be very brief. I'm just saying same applies to this application as the previous application. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions? Okay, I've moved by Councillor Cooper, seconded by Councillor Graziano. Be it resolved, the council passed closing bylaw 2025-072 to stop up, close, and convey part of the original Shore Road allowance line in front of Broken Lot 5, Concession 10, in Part 1, Plan 35R-27898. Formerly Baxter, now in the Township of Georgian Bay, the District Municipality of Muskoka, for 7058 Severn River Shore, for the purchase price of $28,639.47. All those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you. And that ends the Municipal Act public meetings portion of our meeting this morning. And now we go into Planning Act public meetings. This morning, there's a public meeting scheduled for 3 proposed zoning bylaw amendments and 1 official plan amendment. I will briefly summarize the procedure to be utilized for the meeting. First, the clerk will advise as to when, how, and to whom notice of the public meeting was circulated for the proposed amendments being considered. The clerk will also advise of the appeal procedures. Next, staff will advise of the purpose and effect of the bylaws and provide any other information that is relevant to the application, and the clerk will summarize any correspondence on file. From there, the public will have an opportunity to provide comments on the amendments being considered. Please be respectful of time and be concise with your comments. All commentators are requested to state their name and address and sign in on the sheet provided. After the public discussion, the public meeting will be closed. Council will then have an opportunity to provide comments for clarification. I now declare this meeting to be a public meeting pursuant to Section 34 of the Planning Act to deal with the following proposed amendments. Official Plan Amendment O25-04 and Zoning Bylaw Amendment Z25-07 for 383 Arts Lane. Zoning Bylaw Amendment Z25-10 for 1340 White Falls Road, and Zoning Bylaw Amendment Z25-11 for 135 Port Severn Road North. To our clerk, please.
Notice of the public meeting was sent by first-class mail to the respective owners and assessed persons within 120 to 800 meters of the property subject to the proposed applications, and to those persons and agencies likely to have an interest in the applications. These notices were sent at least 30 days prior to this morning's meeting. Included in each notice was an explanation of the purpose and effect of the proposed applications and a key map showing the location of the properties or description of the lands to be affected by the proposed amendments. Other relevant information may also have been provided. These circulations were provided in accordance with provisions of the Planning Act and the Township of Georgian Bay Official Plan. Members of the public are advised at this point that unless they make an oral or written submission to council before council makes a decision on these applications, that any subsequent appeal to the Ontario Land Tribunal may be dismissed by the tribunal. Anyone who wishes to be notified of council's decision respecting the proposed zoning bylaw amendments must submit a written request to the planning department.
Don't turn your mic off too quickly, because my next question to you is, are there any correspondence on file with regards to this application?
Excuse me. 5 letters of support were received from John Haas and Vicky Belfour, Keith and Tracy Tanner, Andre Fenn, Frank and Mary Body, and Terry and Joseph Lawson. 1 letter was received from the District of Muskoka indicating they have no objection to the approval of this application. 1 letter was received from Kenneth Pace stating concerns about the proposal as it significantly exceeds planning regulations in all categories, and while variances can address site-specific needs, exceeding every standard undermines the intent of the regulations, especially given the proximity to the lake and environmentally sensitive Crown lands. Approving this broad variance could set a troubling precedent and raise questions about the fairness of past enforcement.
Thank you. To our planner, Mr. Donaldson, can you give us your summary of what is being asked for here?
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Mayor. The subject property has a frontage of 78.6 meters on the 6 Mile Lake with private road access via Arts Lane. The property has an area of 1.1 acres and is currently developed with a detached dwelling, 2 docks, and 2 privies. Of the existing buildings and structures, the detached dwelling building envelope will be retained for the proposed sleeping cabin. The existing docks will be retained and the 2 privies will be removed. The remainder of the property is maintained in its natural state with pockets of dense vegetation, especially within the interior side yards, and exposed granite rock for the most part being in the center of the property. The purpose and effect of the proposed zoning bylaw amendment is to rezone the subject lands from the 6 Mile Lake residential zone to a 6 Mile Lake residential exception zone, which will facilitate the conversion of the existing dwelling into a sleeping cabin and permit the construction of a new detached dwelling and detached garage. The specifics of the zoning bylaw amendment are displayed on screen as follows. For the conversion of the existing legal non-complying dwelling to a sleeping cabin, a front yard setback of 9.9 meters, whereas a minimum front yard setback of 20 meters is required. A height of 4.82 meters, whereas a minimum height of 4.5 meters is required. And a front yard setback for an attached deck of 6.6 meters, whereas the current setback of 8.1 meters is required. For the construction of the new detached garage, a height of 6.75 meters, whereas the maximum height of 4.5 meters is required. For the construction of the new detached dwelling, a gross floor area of 244.24 square meters, whereas a maximum gross floor area of 224.48 square meters is required. And for the total development as a whole, a lot coverage of 9.39%, whereas a maximum lot coverage of 8% is required. The purpose and effect of the proposed official plan amendment is to establish a site-specific policy to permit the sleeping cabin within the 20-meter front yard setback. The existing one-story detached dwelling and deck, as shown by the red dashed area on the site plan segment. The proposed sleeping cabin and deck displayed in the background in that gray shaded area. To be clear, the proposal intends to rebuild the proposed sleeping cabin generally within the same building envelope as the existing dwelling, maintaining the gross floor area and side yard setback while increasing the front yard setback by 0.3 meters. The subject property is designated waterfront under both the District of Muskoka and Township of Georgian Bay official plans. The district official plan states that waterfront area shall include year-round, low-density, single-unit residential development. Natural form and function should be the predominant characteristic of the landscape with the maintenance of the shoreline of lakes and rivers being a key to preserving the quality of natural and cultural heritage of Muskoka. The nearshore area of the subject property is designated Type 2 fish habitat under both the District of Muskoka and Township of Georgian Bay official plans. Type 2 fish habitat is recognized by the Ministry of Natural Resources as being important but not critical and moderately sensitive to development. The inlet area of Lost Channel to the north and the small bay area to the southwest of the subject property is designated as narrow water body. Development shall not be permitted on narrow water bodies where the effect of accessory structures would create a hazard to navigation. To be clear, there is no proposed expansion to the existing dock structures. The proposed development is to take place within areas where development is legally existing and within areas generally free of mature vegetation and offering the opportunity to avoid rock blasting. The existing natural shade shoreline area is to be maintained and the development will be subject to site plan approval. The subject property is the last property accessible by Arts Lane, with the adjacent properties to the north and east being Crown land. This public meeting is for the purpose of conveying information and gathering comments. The public meeting allows for the ongoing dialogue within the public, the agent, the owner, council, district, and commenting agencies or special persons. Should this dialogue result in significant revisions to the development proposed by the application, an additional public meeting may be required under the Planning Act. Otherwise, the planning analysis and evaluation report with recommendations shall be presented to council at a future meeting after comments are addressed. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is the applicant or agent present? And do they wish to make any remarks?
Good morning, Mr. Mayor, members of council, staff, and the public. My name is Stefan Sherbach with Plantscape Inc., 104 Kimberley Avenue in Bracebridge. I'm here today on behalf of the owner, Rob Chiuch, who's in the audience with me and would like to likely address council when I'm done briefly. But first of all, I just wanted to thank Mr. Donaldson for his introductory staff report and all of his ongoing help and discussion, debate, interpretations. We've had some fun conversations over the last while. Thank you for your help. As noted by Mr. Donaldson, the purpose of the concurrent bylaw amendment and official plan amendment applications are to convert and replace an existing non-complying dwelling into a sleeping cabin in the same general footprint. Slight increase in size with just a covered porch in the back. And if the photographs on page 50 of the agenda package and that were previously shown, it's kind of a unique shape. It's a kind of got a point at the end. I think what they want to do is sort of straighten out that front area, which affords the increase in setback for that structure. There's a number of variances, and I won't repeat them again. But the site-specific official plan amendment really is just there for the conversion of the dwelling into a sleeping cabin only. All other provisions, in my opinion, conform to the official plan, and I'll get into that briefly. Although there are several variances that are listed in front of you, they are basically for the separate structures that are in front of you. Not just one in particular, keeping that into consideration. I'm going to start at the water and move our way back onto the property. So again, the dwelling itself is two-story, located in close proximity. It's formed part of the character of this lot for many, many moons. And basically what you're seeing today is essentially you're going to see what is also there in the future should this be approved. It's going to be converted into a sleeping cabin, less intensity on the water from a dwelling to a sleeping cabin, pushed slightly further back, although we're looking for some expansions to the decks in front of it. There's barely enough room for a few chairs, not even a barbecue, so the owner is looking for some additional decking space in front, affording one of the variances to this building. The other variance is obviously for the setback, and the other one is just a very slight increase in height. It's not going higher than what you see today. They're maintaining, they've done really what they could to maintain the exact same volume, size, shape, and location. Along the waterfront, again, 2 small docks that are present. They're not changing. Nothing is proposed there. The front portion of the lot is characterized with some steep slopes. In the photographs, again, on page 50, you can clearly see a lot of exposed bedrock. There's scattered mature coniferous vegetation. And really what we're doing is taking this 2-story dwelling, going into a 1-story sleeping cabin well below the maximum size of sleeping cabins in your zoning bylaw, again, with just those 2 additional variations. So we talked about the deck, we talked about that, the slight increase. There's again, the official plan amendment is just specifically required for policy F3361. Although it prohibits sleeping cabins from being located in the front yard setbacks, there are official plan policies that allow for the reconstruction of existing cabins in the shoreline area. Given that this is a dwelling to be converted, in my opinion, this proposal aligns with this general policy because the structure will maintain its footprint and be converted. The side yard setbacks will remain the same than what currently exists. It is a little close, but it's important to note that the abutting land is Crown land. There's it's not going to impact anybody on that side. Moving back to the next structure, the dwelling is appropriately set back. It slightly exceeds the maximum permitted gross floor area by approximately 20 square meters. There's really only a small portion, the northern corner of the porch will be at the 20-meter mark. It's angled in such a way that the balance of the dwelling is set back significantly from the water. I think at the opposite end, we're about 25 meters, but at least half of the dwelling itself is well beyond 30 meters from the shoreline. Lots of vegetation in the front. It's going to blend into this natural area. It's going to be positioned in a rocky outcrop area with little vegetation removal. There will be some, and the owners have agreed to have very little, if any at all, blasting associated with it. There's no basement with this dwelling itself. So obviously there might be some small site alteration, but again, they're really trying to limit that. More importantly, they've agreed to use natural colors with the dwelling itself and the garage and the sleeping cabin, again, to ensure that the structures blend into the natural environment. So they're working towards ensuring that everything continues to be in character with this area. Moving further back to the dwelling is the proposed 2-story garage. The application is there obviously for height to permit the 2-story garage, storage on top only because the sleeping cabin is down at the waterfront. You won't see this garage when you're looking at the property from the water. Looking at the plan, your development is lined up. You've got your sleeping cabin, dwelling, and the garage is right in the back. It will essentially be invisible from the water's perspective or when you're viewing the property from the water because of the structures that are in front of it and again, the vegetation. It's tucked into the back corner. Again, the neighbors are the Crown land, so there's nobody that's going to be impacted by this 2-story garage. In my opinion, the development is consistent with the character and development along 6 Mile Lake. It will not dominate the lot when viewing the property and also from any of the adjacent parcels. The official plan notes that where a dwelling is set further back from the lake and there's plenty of vegetation that will be maintained, an increase to maximum permitted dwelling size may be considered, hence the reason why we're here with that minor increase. So in conclusion, in my opinion, there's no adverse impacts from this proposal are anticipated. It's my planning opinion that the proposed amendments are consistent with the planning documents, including the provincial planning statement, district and township official plans. It represents good planning. The clerk duly noted that there's a number of letters of support from a lot of the immediate neighbors and individuals there. There's one negative letter in front of you. I acknowledge that. I do encourage you to review my planning justification report. They've clearly addressed all of those questions and concerns in that letter. And I'm really happy to answer any questions that you may have. Thank you for your time this morning.
Thank you very much. Sir, do you wish to add anything to your agent's report?
I'd like to make a couple comments.
Please, now's your opportunity.
Well, good morning, Mr. Mayor, Mr. Donaldson, and councilors. Thank you for your time Interesting project, and I appreciate everybody's efforts in this. In seeking support with my neighbors, it was an interesting exercise for folks that I didn't know. I know several people along the lake, but many of them I don't know. And in introducing myself, I think we managed to dispel some of the concerns of, you know, another wealthy American moving onto Muskoka Lake and developing a project. So it might be worthwhile just to let you know that you know, I was born in Toronto. My parents were immigrants. They moved to Barrie, Ontario. My dad became a carpenter and ultimately became a custom home builder. Spring Home Drive in Barrie, Ontario Allendale is named after Gord Springs, whom my dad apprenticed for before he got his carpenter's license. So as a kid, you know, spending endless hours canoeing 6 Mile Lake, I always said I'd come back and have a cottage on 6 Mile Lake. So that's the feel-good story behind this project. And so I'll just say that I have the best interests of the lake in mind. Like I said, I am Canadian. I am from this area. I have deep respect for the lake. Several of the variances, you know, I'm not going to get into the technical gobbledygook because these guys are the experts, but you know, the several of the variances relate to the slope of the property and the challenges of building on a sloping property. So when I explained to the neighbors that, look, I'm not looking to build a monstrosity on this lake. I plan to keep it as natural as possible. There's going to be no, and I'll commit to this up front, there'll be no invasive landscaping. Going to try to keep it as natural looking as possible, natural colors. Any stone that's used on the property is going to reflect the natural granite that's on the property now. Earth tones, indirect lighting. Lighting will be turned off at night. You know, any of the concerns that I would have, I wouldn't want. You know, there's developments happening around me, and I think about the things that I wouldn't want, and those are the things I'm addressing. So I hope folks are satisfied with the plan, and I thank you for your time, and I'm happy to answer any questions. But you know, I've spent probably 6-7 years thinking about how to develop this property in a manner that's consistent and in keeping with the local environment, and in a way that's going to look natural and not obscene on the property, and it's going to be complementary. And I'll just end my comments by saying that one of the fellows that sent a letter, Mr. Frank Body, said it best. You know, his family's been on the lake since the 40s. And he said that bunkie that I'm converting on the point has been a landmark for people on the lake for decades. And, you know, he said it would almost be weird if there wasn't something there when they went by the property. The design, the proposed design of the remaking of that, the redoing of that bunkie is going to get it about as close as you possibly can using today's materials and technology. So, you know, thank you for your time, and I'd like to answer any questions if there are any.
Thank you very much. I'm going to have to ask, are there any members of the public who wish to comment? And Madam Clerk, is there anybody online that's raising their hands? All right, with that, we're going to turn it over to council. Council, questions or comments with regards to this? And I saw Councilor Bocek's hand, and I'm going to go into Cooper, Jarvis, and so on. And Predco. Okay, I got to start writing these down. So Councilor Bocek.
Thank you, and through you, Your Worship. My questions are to the Planning Department to begin with, and then I have a couple comments. With the conversion of the existing dwelling into a bunkie or accessory building, do they have the ability to have washroom facilities or kitchen in there? And if so, would the septic system need to be increased, which would include the building department? That would be my first question.
Thanks, and through the mayor, sleeping cabins are permitted to have washing facilities, but not kitchen facilities. So the plan proposes a small washroom facility, no kitchen facilities. And I believe that there is a proposed new septic system being installed to service the property as a whole.
Okay, that's a good answer for my first question. My second question is on the new garage that's proposed. We've seen in the past that once a garage has been built, the upper portion of the garage is converted into residential space. I heard you say, and it could be a mistake in your wording, that there would be a garage with residential provisions, which concerned me. And I didn't know if that was just a mistake in your wording or if that was the plan for this garage. And I just wanted to be clear on that.
Through the mayor, I'm not sure what wording you're talking about. The only thing I can think of is it's saying that it's locally appropriate for the residential development. Otherwise, if it was a commercial property, of course, it'd be permitted a different type of garage, different type of use in that garage, but this is locally appropriate single or two-story garage with storage above. There's no proposed residential uses in the garage.
So it is a two-story garage with storage space in the upper part of the garage
That's correct.
and a bathroom. So I don't know if we need to put a provision in there which restricts the use of that space or not. That's something I would leave to planning, but I would certainly like to see it in there just for the future. And my last comment is Frank Body is a very respected person on 6 Mile Lake. He's past president of the Cottage Association. And for me, anything he says is gold. I have the utmost respect for the man. And I know, right? And it's nice to hear that he's supporting this application as well, too. I really don't have any problems with this as long as we have a provision where there's a note that the upper storage area in the garage cannot be converted into residential. I thank you.
Thank you. Some of us will have to try to achieve bronze or something to start getting up on that elevation. I don't know. Councillor Cooper, please.
Thank you, Mayor, and I hope Frank Body's listening so he feels the gold. I just wanted to ask a quick question about, is there any planned shoreline alteration to the owner or to the planner?
Seen head shaking. That may not be coming through over the screen, but their head shaking, no.
Sorry, no, there's not.
Thank you.
Councillor Jarvis.
Yeah, thank you. Appreciate all the reports. A couple questions. I think it's for Mr. Zerbak. Good to see you again, by the way. See you quite often. In your report, you indicate that the cabin will be occupying the same footprint, and then within the same report, another couple lines down, it is stated that it will generally occupy the same footprint. Now, I can tell that it's more general because it doesn't adhere to the exact same footprint that's there, but words can have interesting meanings, and generally is a very wide open concept. And I'm concerned that that word is in the Planscape report, and I prefer that there was some more specifics, or there, to have within the report stating that it will and then it will generally are two different things, and I think we've got to get that straightened away. Within your, I think it's under the proposed. Go this way, not that way, Steve.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Jarvis. Yes, they tried to maintain the exact same footprint because there's a point at the end. They basically have straightened that out. So there's a slight alteration in terms of the size by straightening that out, and there's a covered entry point at the back. So there's a slight increase in terms of the size, but if you look at the diagram that we provided to you, there's a red dashed outline. It is the same footprint subject to those two changes that I just noted.
I understand completely, and I saw that within the report itself. It's just within that one paragraph, you've got two statements and one tends to be different than the other.
I
So
see.
we just need that consistency within the report is what I would like to see.
My apologies.
that's all
No,
right.
no problem. And because it's subject to site plan control, that will also be another level of comfort to ensure that the building, as proposed, will be constructed that
Thank you.
size. Thank you.
And with the indulgence, Mayor, through one final question. As soon as somebody mentions the word blasting, my antenna goes up big time. I'm not a big fan of blasting. I know that you don't think there's going to be any blasting, but I'm going to ask our planning department what blasting is allowed in the 6 Mile Lake community plan.
It would be subject to the 20-meter setback, so blasting that's set back further than 20 meters from the current watermark would be allowed as per our blasting bylaw. Any blasting within that 20-meter setback would be subject to a coming to you for approval.
Just to be clear again, I know we've been over this ground before. So if they are beyond the 20-meter setback, is there some limit on how much blasting can occur, or is it just up to them?
Through the mayor, I would have to look into the exact wording in our blasting bylaw. I'm not sure if there's a limit on the exact size of it. Of course, it's all subject to the zoning bylaw provisions. First, of course, the house would have to be permitted, and then only that footprint of the house would need blasting. In this case, I believe, as Stefan said, it's very minimal blasting, if any. But again, I'll have to confirm in the blasting bylaw if there's an actual size requirement.
Appreciate that. I have no issue. I mean, I really don't have any big issues with this, but just as soon as I heard the word. And I think that maybe when we're doing our OP review, it's something we're going to have to consider down the road. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Editor Jarvis. Councillor Predko, please.
Thank you, and through you, your mayor. Quick question to the planner, and then one for the agent or owner. So the Planning Act amendment and the zoning amendment are really because we're redefining what that dwelling is at the waterfront. So if we hadn't, not we, if the owner had proposed to move that bunkie from where it is today to, let's say, beside or behind the dwelling, would we be here today for just not today, but would we be bringing this forward as a minor variance application? Or would it, and I just want to look at the scope of your opinion of the project, barring that one zoning issue.
Through the mayor, that's mostly correct. It's the fact that it can't meet the 4 tests of a minor variance, being that it wouldn't meet the official plan policies. So if it was per se moved back, yeah, we could see if we could do it under the scope of a minor variance.
Okay, thank you. And then my further question, maybe to the planner or to the agent and owner. My only observation and concern would be the elevation that the proposed dwelling will be on will be quite high compared to the existing dwelling and the waterfront. And I'm just wondering about the height variance that we have. It's going to be a very tall new house, and it's going to be on top of a hill. I'm just wondering about the prominence from the water compared to what would be expected on 6 Mile Lake, and the view from the canoe is where I'm going at that. So I know there's a couple of big trees that are going to be in front of the dwelling, but I'm just wondering how prominent you expect this dwelling to be at the waterfront side.
Through the mayor, I'm not sure, maybe Stefan can address if it's possible to draft up some renderings for any subsequent meeting of what's expected to be there. As far as I'm aware, all trees within that front yard setback are to be preserved, which again will partially block the view. I don't know if you have anything to add to that, Stefan.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. So there's no height increase for the dwelling itself. In fact, I think we're lower than the maximum permitted in the bylaw. Just to put that in perspective, the variance in height is for the sleeping cabin. Yeah. There's a very slight, modest increase there. So we're maintaining what's permitted. If not, I believe it's in my report. I'm sorry, I don't have that number in my mind, but I do recall it being slightly less. We'll see if we can find some renderings to help in the future meeting. We'll see what we can do. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, it was the sleeping cabin that's going to be have the height that exceeds the limit. So I was mistaken on which building that was. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Graziano, please.
Thank you, and through your worship, as the applicant's ward councillor and knowing the property myself, also hearing the community and their consideration, I would say that I fully support this. No technical questions, but did want to articulate my support. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions? All right, I'll make a few. What the heck? One, and this is, you know, and we're reminded this from Councillor Predko, it would have been quite appreciative if we'd have a couple of photos from the water. In other words, because as we can see the cabin and all that, we could see some side shots of where the building's going. But I think if somebody had been out on a boat or paddling by in a canoe, even better, and taken a few pictures, I think that would have been very helpful for all of us to understand how the new cottage will fit in. And even, yeah, I can understand it being you know, extra, the heights and things like that may be well within planning, and you're asking for roughly a 10% larger footprint or size than what is normally allowed. But I think that would just be useful for all of us to appreciate what it kind of would look like, and how many tall trees would be in front of it, and how many tall trees behind, and whether it's higher or shorter than the trees, and all that sort of stuff, because that really does speak to how well it fits in. I appreciate the actually the comment about how these three buildings are sort of in a row, so that from the water, and depending, unless you're looking at it this way, they're sort of going to line up, and they're hugging the Crown land side of the property, which also then minimizes its impact on the neighbors. I greatly appreciate that. And while there are numerous variances, the one that really, to be honest with you, hits me the most is the garage. It's significantly bigger, taller, because it's a two-story building, not a building in an attic. The way it's designed, that storage space looks beautiful, and I'm building currently a garage with a storage attic, and I'm afraid it's become more beautiful because of influence of some of my family members. And but it's within the height. I just want to make that clear. So what you need to do, to me, that's the one area that I find myself saying, that's the one area where you're pushing the limit a little bit more than everything else, in my opinion. Now, I definitely appreciate the fact that many a neighbor has said, no, this is fine. But I would like to see, again, short view, is that garage actually hidden by the cottage, or is it not? And I think that's, to me, important for, you know, what it looks like from the water. And as you yourself, sir, have said, as you go around the bay, or go around the lake, you can see some places that are fitting into the natural environment more than others. And I fully accept that different people have different tastes in what they want and after, but I think that's what I would like to see in the final report, is what it's going to look like from the water, with some sort of sketching or something. But I appreciate all the efforts you're putting into it, and the coloring, I think, is also very important to fit into the natural environment, because it actually shrinks the size, the apparent size of buildings. With that, I believe I have a motion, and it's right in front of me. Moved by Councillor Predko, seconded by Councillor Jarvis. Be it resolved that staff report regarding official plan amendment O25-04 and zoning bylaw amendment Z25-07 for 383 Arts Lane be received, and that the comments provided at the public meeting held on November 4th, 2025 be received, and that council directs staff to prepare a recommendation report and bylaws for council's consideration at a subsequent meeting after all consultation comments have been received and considered. All those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, thank you. All right. Next, zoning bylaw amendment Z25-10 for 1340 White Falls Road. And as I scroll down to find out who is presenting this. Oh, do we have correspondence to be read? Then let me buy some time by letting you read some correspondence, please.
6 letters of support were received from Adam and Jenny Kudis, Craig and Diane Cameron, Frank and Mary Body, Glenna and McClelland, Lind and Bob Amy, and Patrick and Lynn McGrade.
Thank you very much. Ms. Wanford, I believe you're the planner that's going to provide us with your version of this amendment, bylaw amendment application.
Thank you, and through the mayor. The subject property encompasses approximately 7,295 square meters with 85.9 meters of frontage along 6 Mile Lake. It is situated within a bay at the southeast end of the lake. The majority of the land is forested, with the remaining area consisting of grass and exposed granite rock. A hydro line runs through the rear yard, and the shoreline is lined with mature trees and dense vegetation. Pictured here is a photo of the dwelling taken from the end of the dock and a photo taken from the gravel driveway at the edge of the tree line. The purpose and effect of the proposed zoning bylaw amendment is to rezone the subject lands to a 6 Mile Lake residential exception zone to facilitate a partial second-story addition onto the dwelling and to resolve existing non-compliance issues related to the location and separation of the shed, pergola, 2 firewood shelters, and the sauna. The length and width of the dock, as well as the shoreline activity area, are also issues of non-compliance being addressed through this application. Note that the sleeping cabin and boat port are not subject to this application. The proposed partial second-story addition increases the gross floor area by 13.42% or 39.39 square meters, providing 2 bedrooms and a bathroom. The subject lands are designated waterfront area and are identified as having a moderate wildfire hazard rating and moderate to high archaeological potential. The property is also located within a deer wintering area, and the shoreline contains type 2 fish habitat. Objectives of the waterfront area include, but are not limited to, ensuring the protection of exceptional visual aesthetics and preserving the overall natural appearance, supporting the development and redevelopment of recreational dwellings as appropriate, and ensuring the character of new development is reflected of or compatible with existing development. Resource-based recreational uses, including low-density single-unit recreational dwellings and limited year-round low-density single-unit residential development, are permitted uses. In accordance with the waterfront area policies, new development should generally have a physical character similar to or compatible with existing development in terms of density, lot sizes, maximum building heights, and minimum setbacks. The district official plan states, the area municipal official plan shall contain more detailed policies addressing development in the waterfront area to implement the policy framework established in this section and deal with local matters. The district's wildland fire policies state development shall generally be directed to areas outside of lands that are unsafe for development due to the presence of hazardous forest types for wildland fire. The lands have a moderate rating, which is not a hazardous forest type, as per the provincial planning statement. Regarding the deer wintering habitat, known as Stratum 2, development should preserve key habitat features such as conifer feeding areas and movement corridors. Furthermore, type 2 fish habitat is moderately sensitive to development, and shoreline structures are permitted in this classification. The lands are designated waterfront within the 6 Mile Lake inland waterfront community. The waterfront community's goal is to provide land use planning policies that protect the natural heritage and aesthetic integrity of 6 Mile Lake while accommodating a limited amount of new development. The plan states that that dwelling size and placement on 6 Mile Lake directly influence environmental and visual impacts, so overly large homes should be avoided. Zoning regulations control size through limits on footprint, gross floor area, width, height, setbacks, and landscaping. These standards may vary based on lot size, but must always preserve the natural heritage and community character. Enhancing shoreline vegetation and increasing setbacks may allow for larger dwellings. Variances to establish size limits may be granted if applicants demonstrate that their proposals will maintain and enhance the natural form of the area, as well as minimize visual impact, and is in accordance with all relevant policies of the official plan. In terms of shoreline structures, the waterfront community policies state that in general, these structures must not exceed 15% of the lot frontage in width, project more than 10 meters into the water, or exceed 1 story in height. Boathouses and boat ports are restricted to a single slip width of 4.7 meters. To preserve the visual harmony and protect sensitive natural features, shoreline structures must be carefully sited. The waterfront community also encourages property owners to preserve natural shorelines and maintain a vegetative buffer between the lake and buildings to protect the lake's visual and environmental integrity. The property is zoned 6 Mile Lake Residential, which permits a detached dwelling and home occupation along with accessory buildings. Development standards include a 20-meter front yard setback, 5-meter side yard setbacks, a 10-meter rear setback, and a maximum building height of 8 meters. The dwelling, built in 2013, received a minor variance for a reduced front yard setback. A proposed second-story addition increases the gross floor area by 13.42%, staying within expansion limitations for shoreline dwellings having less than a 20-meter front yard, as outlined under Section 411E of the bylaw, but the resulting gross floor area of 333 square meters exceeds the 6 Mile Lake Residential Zone's 275 square meter maximum for lots that exceed 4,000 square meters in total area. Several accessory buildings, including 2 firewood shelters, a shed, pergola, and sauna, do not meet the required 5-meter separation from other buildings and are located within the required 20-meter front yard setback. The sauna is not permitted in the front yard and is 1.09 meters from the water, whereas a minimum setback of 15 meters is required. The dock was expanded beyond its approved U shape, increasing its projection from 9.75 meters to 16.46 meters and width from 3.04 meters to 9.45 meters, and now includes a pergola, which is not permitted on a dock. Finally, the natural state shoreline areas total 1,648 square meters. The applicant's 2 shoreline activity areas occupy 462 square meters, surpassing the permitted 412, though their combined width of 14.35 meters remains within the allowed width of 21.47 meters. Pictured here are some photos of the property's shoreline. Pictured here is the dwelling and additional structures in the front yard, including a firewood shelter, shed, dryland boathouse, and the sleeping cabin. The photo on the right shows where the proposed second-story addition will be located, while the photo on the left shows the rear elevation. The public meeting is only for the purposes of conveying information and gathering comments. The public meeting allows for ongoing dialogue with the public, agent, owner, council, district, and commenting agencies or special persons. Should the dialogue result in significant revisions of the development proposed by the application, an additional public meeting may be required under the Planning Act. Otherwise, the planning analysis and evaluation report with recommendations shall be presented to council at a future meeting after comments are addressed. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is the applicant or agent present? Sir.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor and Council, Township staff, members of the public. I'm David Scarcelloni, Junior Planner with Morgan Planning and Development, and I have prepared a presentation. I see I got an invite to join as a panelist, so I can share my screen. And thank you to Shania for the lovely presentation. I appreciate that. Thank you. Once again, good morning, Mr. Mayor, council, township staff, members of the public present. My name is David Scarsaloni, Morgan Planning and Development, and I'm the agent responsible for representing the applicant, Mr. Brian and Sue Heyland, who are in attendance virtually, for all planning matters related to application Z25-10. Just moving out in scope to the location of the subject property. It's on the southern shore of 6 Mile Lake, privately serviced and dually accessed via the waterway and via Whites Falls Road. To the north, there's residential uses in 6 Mile Lake. To the east, there's Crown Land, which is forested and vacant. South of the property, again, Crown Land and Whites Falls Road. And to the west of the property is the 6 Mile Lake Channel Cascade Dam. So just moving into a description of the subject property. It's once again located on the southern shore of 6 Mile Lake, adjacent to the 6 Mile Channel. The property has approximately 85.9 meters of frontage onto 6 Mile Lake, with a lot area of 0.73 hectares. Currently on the property, there's a residential dwelling, several accessory structures, including a dock with a boat port and a pergola, a sauna, a sleeping cabin, a shed, a dry boathouse, 2 firewood lean-tos, and a small freestanding deck. Once again, the sleeping cabin has existed on the property for many years and is the original cottage, and is currently legal non-complying. Once again, it's accessed via a driveway off White Falls Road or by boat from the 6 Mile Lake shoreline, serviced privately. The property is heavily vegetated, with the rear of the parcel being almost entirely covered by trees. The original shoreline vegetation was left mainly in place throughout development, provides privacy to neighboring properties and from the 6 Mile Lake shoreline, and ensures shoreline health throughout the development of the property. As well, it's worth mentioning that there's a rock face separating the subject property and the property to the northeast. So moving on. Just into some site photography, which was also conveyed in Shania's presentation. The photo on the left is a front yard view of the existing dwelling, and the arrow in the in the top of the picture, apologies, is going to be the location of the new dormer / addition to the dwelling. And on the right, it's a close-up to where the addition will be located. Moving on to the next photo, you can see the aforementioned rock face between the property to the north and the subject property, mostly shielding the property to the north from the addition visually, as well as functionally. On the right in photo 4, you can see the existing sleeping cabin, which was the original dwelling and has now been converted into solely a sleeping cabin, which is only for bunking, not serviced by water or sanitary, and has no kitchen or bathroom. Moving on to the next photo, this is the existing dry boathouse used for storing kayaks and other water vessels. Photo 6, once again, the existing shoreline vegetation, you can see shields or partially shields the dwelling from the lake and maintains its natural character adjacent to the 6 Mile Lake shoreline. Photo 7, this is just a photo of the shoreline to the south of the property, and behind that peninsula is the 6 Mile Lake Cascade Channel Dam. And on the right is a photo more viewing the property straight off of the edge of the dock into 6 Mile Lake. Once again, a shoreline photo viewing the properties to the north, and on the right, that is the shoreline vegetation separating the property and the property to the north. Just 2 more photos here. That first one, as you saw before, is the existing sauna, as well as the shoreline activity area and the shoreline vegetation shielding it from the view of 6 Mile Lake. Moving into an overview of the development proposal, the zoning bylaw amendment seeks to permit the construction of a partial second floor addition to the existing dwelling on the property within the existing roof structure. And the addition would be accessed via the existing loft in the dwelling. The addition includes 2 bedrooms and 1 bathroom and brings the principal dwelling up to a total of 333 square meters. There are no increases to overall height or changes in footprint to the dwelling. And a licensed septic installer has confirmed that the existing septic is sized appropriately to accommodate the proposed addition. And specific provisions which will be amended will be outlined later in the presentation. You guys saw this previously, but this is the site plan with all of the dimensions and the existing dwelling, which will move into a zoomed in view of As you can see, the footprint in the photo is not changing, and the dark shaded area on the right, you can see that is the proposed second floor addition, as well as the access point to it is the little pointing out part on the left. The addition is once again going to contain 2 bedrooms and provide increased guest housing per family. So moving on, this is the existing elevations of the proposed dwelling, and as you can see, there's no change in height or footprint, but there will be 2 bedrooms and a bathroom added in the dormer and increase in floor area. Moving on to the proposed zoning bylaw amendment, once again, purpose of the application is to rezone the subject property to permit the construction of a partial second-story addition, as well as to address deficiencies in existing accessory structures on the property. The application proposes to rezone the property from a 6 Mile Lake Residential SR6 zone to 6 Mile Lake Residential Special Exemption Zone, and the proposed site-specific provisions will be outlined on the following slides. As Shania mentions, notwithstanding sections 4.11 bracket E bracket B and 6.41.1C, a total gross floor area increase of 13.46 shall be permitted, which will bring the total up to 333 square meters. Notwithstanding section 412C, the following accessory building structures are permitted at the following minimum front yard setbacks. So the first lean-to will be 0.37 meters, second lean-to 0.49 meters, the storage shed 13.09 meters, and the pergola, which is located on the dock, will be set back 0 meters. Notwithstanding section 418B, the following minimum accessory structure separation shall be permitted. The first lean-to to the dryland boathouse will be separated by 0.88 meters. The firewood lean-to to the sauna will be separated 1.0 meters. The shed to the sleeping cabin will be separated 3.67 meters. And the pergola to the boat port will be separated 0 meters as they are attached. And provision number 4, notwithstanding section 4.112.5C, a sauna shall be permitted in the front yard with a minimum setback of 1.09 from the high water mark. As well, notwithstanding section 4.113.2, a maximum permitted projection or length of the dock shall be 16.46 meters. Notwithstanding 4.113.2, a maximum dock width of 9.5 meters shall be permitted. Notwithstanding 4.113.2L, a pergola shall be permitted on the dock with a maximum size of 27 square meters and a maximum shoreline activity area of 35.63% of the width be permitted. There is the zoning bylaw schedule, so as you can see, the subject property will be once again rezoned from the 6 Mile Lake Shoreline Residential Zone to 6 Mile Lake Shoreline Residential Zone Special Exemption. Existing on the property, again, currently zoned 6 Mile Lake Residential and designated waterfront 6 Mile Lake Inland Waterfront Community. And it's also worth mentioning the subject property is designated waterfront area by the District of Muskoka. There was a planning report submitted in support of the application, which addresses the Planning Act, the Provincial Planning Statement, the District of Muskoka Official Plan, the Township of Georgian Bay Official Plan, as well as the Township of Georgian Bay Zoning Bylaw. And to conclude, the application seeks to rezone the property once again from 6 Mile Lake Residential to a site-specific 6 Mile Lake Residential Zone to facilitate the proposed partial second-story addition, as well as legalize all existing accessory structures and buildings. The application is consistent with the PPS, conforms to the District of Muskoka and Township of Georgian Bay official plans. And the application and resulting development have considered land use compatibility with the surrounding community as well as the 6 Mile Lake shoreline. The visual impact of the proposed dwelling addition is minor, not anticipated to affect the surrounding property owners, traveling public, or visually impact the view from the 6 Mile Lake shoreline. And as well, just so council is aware, we understand that there have been at least 6 letters of support, as mentioned previously, written by neighbors on the surrounding properties, including the aforementioned Frank Body. And we would like to thank the neighbors for their support on the application. So thank you, Mayor and Council, Township staff, and members of the public for your time. I'd like to take this time to answer any questions that any of you may have on the application. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any other, any members of the public online? If you're online, you have to raise your hand, otherwise you won't be brought over. And anybody in the room wish to comment on this? Seeing none so far, I'm going to turn it over to council, and I'm going to ask you to stop sharing your screen, please. Councillor Predko, can you start us off?
Surely. So thank you for your presentation, both Shania and the agent. Sorry, David, I can't remember your last name.
All good.
Um, question to our planner, please. First of all, and there's not a lot obviously going on this property that is in this zoning application. And going back, similar to the question I asked Mr. Donaldson earlier, the actual addition that they're looking for on the cottage is relatively minor. And sometimes when we're at the Committee of Adjustment, we ignore variances. We're only discussing the ones that are in the application. In this instance, because there are items that are contrary to the zoning, this is why we can't ignore them in this instance compared to other variances that we do ignore at the Committee of Adjustment.
Sorry. Through the mayor. How do I say this? We typically try not to ignore any issues of non-compliance. We do bring them to light, and then we let the owner or applicant decide whether or not that's something they want to bring into compliance. In this case, there were many issues of non-compliance, so a zoning bylaw amendment was best to bring all these aspects into compliance with the zoning bylaw.
And that's what I would figure, because some of them are they're various all over the property. I am curious, fire lean-to, like firewood lean-tos, this is the first time I think we've discussed fire to lean-tos as being an accessory structure that need to be in compliance with separation from other structures, and that's just part of our zoning bylaw that we're cleaning up as part of that whole property.
Through the mayor, that is correct. The fire lean-tos are structures under our zoning bylaw.
Okay, thank you. And the last question then is, in terms of legal noncompliance, all of these structures you feel are best to be cleaned up with zoning bylaw amendment rather than looking at them as legal non-complying?
Through the mayor, for a structure to be legal non-complying, it would have had to existed legally before the zoning bylaw. A lot of these structures, there was either no evidence to support that, or it was clear through aerial imagery, or through a review of our permits as to what was approved versus not approved.
Okay, thank you. And then, Mayor, if I have one more question, it's very quick. I'm curious as to how the boat port can be compliant while the dock that it's sitting on is not compliant, and are you able to explain that as well?
Yes, through the mayor. A permit was obtained for a U-shaped dock with that boat port. However, it appears a couple years after the construction, the dock was then widened and a pergola added.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Jarvis.
Yeah, I'm just going to follow up through the mayor, follow up on Councilor Predko's comments. My one observation reading the report really quickly was there's a lot of stuff on this property. And so we're trying to clean all this up and put a lot of exceptions into something. And are we getting any concessions proposed back from the owners of this property? I'd love to see some consolidation. That boat dockage is huge compared to what is allowed. And I'm just wondering if there have been any concessions proposed by the owner.
Through the mayor, to my knowledge, no. They may wish to revise their application after this public meeting, depending on the comments that come to light.
I'm having a lot of difficulty with all this, I'm just going to call it stuff, on this property. The one last question, with the mayor's indulgence, what is allowed on this property for, in the standpoint of the cottage, is 275 square meters, and they're proposing a final of 333. Have I got that correct?
Through the mayor, that is correct. 275 square meters is the maximum gross floor area of a dwelling for a lot that exceeds 4,000 square meters. With the proposed addition, they would be put at 330 square meters. However, I do believe the existing dwelling is slightly over the 275 already.
Sorry, they're what?
Through the mayor, the existing dwelling is over the 275.
Yeah, that's what I realized when I saw that 40% is allowed expansion, but they're proposing 13, it looks very reasonable. Then you realize, of course, to begin with, they got a place that's bigger than what's allowed. So we're looking at basically a 21% increase in cottage size versus what is initially allowed, not what's there. But 275 versus 333, if I did my calculations right, it's a 21% increase. Okay, I just clarifying that. Anyway, I mean, to the planner, the owner, it would be really nice to see this property cleaned up a bit in order for me to, be agreeable to what's going on here. Thanks.
Ms. Lemieux, I see you put your hand up. Do you wish to make a comment before I continue with other councillors?
Thank you, Your Worship. I just wanted to jump in just to provide a little bit more context, both for Councillor Predko and Councillor Jarvis's questions, if that's okay. I was in a lot more of the earlier discussions with the owner, and then of course David was brought in and is there with you today. So especially Councillor Jarvis, just to note a couple of things that hopefully will just help as you continue to review this application. So a number of the structures that we're trying to, again, fix through this application and acknowledge them through this application, those were built because they are smaller than the minimum required size for building permits. The owner at the time did not know that there were zoning concerns, for example, having those types of small accessory structures within the shoreline area because he did not require building permits to do that at the time. So this is, again, part of this process where once we came in and we advised that the owners that there is in fact zoning infractions because of those structures, they are wanting to recognize that and fix that through the application. So that's why the structures were built in the first place. I wanted to add some context there. And when it comes to the overall lot coverage, I just wanted to point out that though it does seem like there is a lot going on because a lot of these structures are in a small cluster, the overall property is still at about 5% in total lot coverage. So again, of course, as part of our review, taking that also into consideration, we do feel like this application still does represent modest development. And then just one more comment about the date of the dwelling. So that dwelling, to our understanding, was built between 2012 and 2013, Councillor Jarvis, just before the GFA requirement came through for 6 Mile Lake. So that's why you see that discrepancy of the existing dwelling slightly exceeding that 275. So I just wanted to provide that additional context. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Cooper.
Thank you, Mayor. And I'll just, I would like to echo some of the comments that were made by Councillor Jarvis. I really would like to see some cleaning up of on this property. A very large number of exceptions and being requested, so that would seem sensible to me. I was wanted to note that the size cap has been breached already. Why would we want to approve breaching it more? It strikes me that it's already over somewhat, but I think the increase in addition would be another, I think it's 58 square meters or 600 square feet. So that concerns me. And finally, just a question for our planner, Shania. When you gave your presentation, you talked about the front and the back of the building. And I got confused because to me, the front is on the water. But I think when you showed two pictures of the front and the back, you talked about the rear, and this dormer is going on the front of the property. Is that correct?
Through the mayor, it will be bid. Let me try that again. It will be, you will be able to see it from both the rear and the front elevation. It's that whole side, the addition. So I can put the drawing back up on the screen if that's helpful.
No, I don't need to see the drawing. I just remembered you showed two pictures, one of the rear, what I would call the rear of the cottage, and I thought you said it was going to be there, but what you're really saying is you can see it from both sides. But the dormer, and so is there a dormer at the back too?
Yes.
So there's a dormer at the front and a dormer at the back. Okay, I just wanted to understand that because there was a sort of a bit of a confusion about what represents the front of the cottage. So the front of the cottage is what faces the water, correct? Thank you.
Mayor,
Just
yes.
wanted to clarify that. Thank you.
Yeah, I couldn't help but notice that there were two dormers because they had different shapes. One has a shed roof and one had a pitched roof.
Through the mayor, just to address Councillor Cooper and Councillor Jarvis's comments, just for clarification, the dormer stretches from the front to the back of the dwelling, the front being the front facing the water and the back facing the rear of the property. There is, once again, no increase in height or, footprint area. And the property is very well shielded from the property to the north, Mr. Frank Body's property, as well as the 6 Mile Lake shoreline. And to address the comments about the stuff on the property, as you referred to it, Councillor Jarvis, as you saw in the photos, the shoreline vegetation shields very much of the structures that exist on the property, as well as the nature of the shoreline, being that there is a peninsula to the south, as well as the property being located in somewhat of a bay. But thank you for your comments, Mr. Mayor and Council.
Thank you. Councillor Bochek, please.
Yeah, thank you, and through your worship. Just a comment. I had an opportunity to do a site visit of this property, and the structure is fairly conducive to what's on that shoreline. And I got to commend the landowner for not clearing out any of the shoreline vegetation or the vegetation to the neighboring property to the north. Although it is a fairly big addition to the existing property and it does put it over, the view from the canoe is not really affected. And I really have no issue with this application at all. And I think it's fairly conducive with what you see on 6 Mile Lake presently. So thank you for your presentation.
Through the mayor, thank you for your comment. It is once again the intent of the applicant to maintain as much of that shoreline vegetation as they can throughout the development and have very, very little change to the view from the lake or from the neighboring property. So thank you.
Councillor Jarvis, you have a follow-up?
Yes, if okay with you, Mr. Mayor, through you. Just really quickly, in light of the comments made about the view from the lake, there's some good photos that you have provided, but you haven't provided a photo that gives a face-on view of the property, with the boathouse and everything, so we can get a full understanding of how that vegetation does block, as you say, all the stuff on the property, and maybe that would be helpful down the road for our future consideration.
Through the mayor, thank you for the comment. As you mentioned, yes, there was no photos taken from within the water, but the photo of the shoreline and the dwelling was taken from the end of the dock, which protrudes out from the property. So, thank you.
Thank you,
Councillor Graziano.
Thank you, through your worship. Again, similar to the last applicant, as the applicant's ward councillor and knowing the property well myself, I agree with Councillor Bochek's comments. I would support this, given the fact that I do know the property and I don't feel that it in any way, shape or form takes away from the overall aesthetic on 6 Mile Lake. Thank you.
Thank you. I have a couple thoughts. One is I appreciate that this added space is being built into the roof, so to speak, or into the attic. And therefore, while we will see more windows from that roof, it'll be a little more, I'll call it dominant. There's no increase in the footprint and there's no increase in the height. So I think if you're going to add space, that's about as subtle a way to add space as any, with the dormers. But to the planning department, a couple of just general questions that this application has triggered. How big does a quote-unquote structure have to be that you care? And I'm looking at like a firewood structure that is smaller than some of my firewood piles. And so I'm asking you, like, if my stack of wood that I have at the back of the property, do I need a planning permit for it? And I do, by the way, have plywood on top of it that I keep moving around with weights to try to keep it out of the weather. Is that a structure? And I know I'm being a little stupid here, but to me, how big does something have to be that it counts as a structure? Does a deck box count as a structure?
Through the mayor, there's no size, minimum size per se, but there is a definition of structure and accessory structure. So when we're determining whether something's a structure or a building, we'll look at those definitions.
Well, then I'm curious about the definition. If the definition has no size, what does it have in the case? And I may be pushing this a little bit too much, but I want to know if somebody has a deck box on their deck. Should they have a planning permit because it's within the first few meters of the water? Director Whitlam, am I being difficult?
No, it's a good question, Your Worship, and thank you through you to council. And to paraphrase the definition, it's a very broad definition. Essentially anything that's affixed to the ground and occupies space on the ground could be considered a structure. Staff do exercise discretion. We don't lump deck boxes and bird feeders and mailboxes and things like that and pump boxes as structures. So there is some subjectivity certainly involved there. We do try to be reasonable.
Okay, I mean, because I heard, which this is not for the first time, that many people figure, okay, I don't need a building permit, therefore I don't need a planning permit, and in some cases that's clearly incorrect. But I also think we have to decide, because even though I heard some people's complaints about there's a lot of stuff on this property, well, I can tell you most cottages have a lot of stuff on them, and it could be boats, kayaks, canoes lying around. Well, that makes perfect sense, and they're bigger than this. In many cases, the smallest firewood structure I saw. So, I don't have an issue with stuff at a cottage because you're there to enjoy yourself, and enjoying yourself sometimes requires stuff. So anyway, I think we have to be. And I'm not trying to be disrespectful for what we're doing here with all this, but some of these variances, if you're going to call them, or these changes, to me, by themselves aren't worth our time. Overall, I get it. So I'm not trying to be difficult. Well, I am trying to be difficult and not at the same time. And speaking of being difficult and not at the same time, Councillor Hazelton, are you going to be difficult and not?
I'm always difficult. But in this case, I would like to support the comments that the mayor just made, and I would like us to ask our planning department to add to your list of things to consider in the zoning bylaw. For example, firewood storage. The fact that, as the mayor pointed out, they can be everywhere you need them, where you need them. I can have an uncovered firewood storage, and it doesn't count. But if I put a roof over it, which I should, to keep my firewood dry, all of a sudden it counts. So I think we need to revisit those things because we live in a community where these exist all over the place. Everybody has them. We also, I'll throw out another term, a gas hut. Those of us in water access properties need to be able to have gas reserves at the cottage. You don't want to put them in your cottage. You don't want to put them in your shed with other things. You want to put them in a separate shed, like a pump hut. Again, these are things that I think we need to revisit as we consider items of specific focus for our water-based community. The road may be different, maybe not, but if I was on a road, I wouldn't want to be storing my gas inside my garage. Insurance companies wouldn't like that either. Anyway, so I think there's a bunch of little things that we need to be thinking about as we look at this new OP and the zoning bylaw changes to take these, find a way to exclude these things from consideration so that when we see a site plan and it has firewood storage, that we don't care. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. And that's come up in other circumstances too. So to, through the mayor, sorry, to council, and to add another example, propane tanks. So large torpedo tanks, in side yards, front yards, etc., whether or not they should be treated as structures. And I think it's a great discussion to have, and I think a definition can be constructed in such a way as to exclude structures such as, and that's typically how you work it, because it's hard to capture everything, but you can give an indication of what may not be captured and or should. I think it's a discussion we'll have with council, because from staff's experience, these minor structures don't matter to council until they do matter. And we've seen that also. So, but points well taken, and we'll definitely be taking all this advice into consideration as we work through the update.
I will admit, and I'm going to turn over to you in a second, but if I can't go inside of it, I don't really consider it a structure. And that's maybe not a good planning definition, but it's kind of where my mind goes roughly. Sir, you want to add a comment? Is it Scarsalone or
Scarsalone through the mayor.
Okay. Mr. Scarsalone, there.
Thank you. Through the mayor, just to address some more of those previous comments about the quote unquote stuff. Just looking at it from a kind of higher scope perspective, there are a lot of provisions to tidy up the property. However, several of them are to deal with the separation between structures that are already existing. Two of the existing structures are very, very minor, as we have discussed in the lean-tos, and plenty of the provisions are to deal with the dock, boatport, and pergola, which are all located on the exact same kind of footprint of the dock. So I know there are, on paper, it's a lot of provisions, but looking at it from a higher scope perspective, it's tidying up the property and what's legally, not legally on the property, as well as adding a addition that will not increase the height and footprint of the dwelling, while adding a window that will be visual, that will provide visual appeal from the lakefront view. So that's no further comments from me. Thank you.
Yeah. Well, thank you, and I appreciate this, and I also, even though it wasn't offered, I appreciate the tolerance of allowing us to drift a little bit for a few minutes on, which I think is important as we are reviewing our official plan and zoning bylaw going forward. That it's like large garages. We get many an application for large garages, and at some point you say, wait a minute here, are they that unreasonable or not, and should we change the definition or the sizes? So I think that's all good discussion at times, but having said that, in this meeting I think we should be moving on, so I'm going to read the motion. Moved by Councillor Graziano, second by Councillor Bocek. Be it resolved, the report regarding zoning bylaw amendment Z25-10 be received, and that the comments provided at the public meeting held on November 4th, 2025 be received, and that council directs staff to prepare a recommendation report and a bylaw for council's consideration at a subsequent meeting after all consultation comments have been received and considered. All those in favor? And I think I have everybody, so that is carried. And our final Planning Act public meeting is for zoning bylaw amendment application Z25-11 for 135 Port Severn Road North. And Mr. Kratky, oh no, before I go to there, I better go to the clerk and let her read what correspondence received, and then I'm going to go to Mr. Kratky.
One letter was received from the District of Muskoka indicating they have no objection to the approval of this application. One letter was received from the Ministry of Transportation's Highway Corridor Management Office stating the application does not require review. And one letter was received from Fab Lucchesi, President of the Severn Estates FBM Limited, requesting adequate time to review the application with particular attention to the proposed waterfront uses and their potential impact on our property and business operations.
Thank you. Mr. Kratky.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, councilors, everyone in attendance here today in the chambers and online. My name is Jeff Kratky, and I'm a registered professional planner and a member of the Canadian Institute of Planners, employed full-time by the township. Today, I'm here with a rather unusual situation where we have both a public and decision meeting before council regarding application number Z2511 for subject lands municipally known as 135 Port Severn Road North. The agent is, I believe, also present, and his name is Tyler Kowal, and he is with MHBC Planning. The subject lands are located in the Port Severn urban center at the very southern part of the township of Georgian Bay, and approximately midway on Island K along Port Severn Road North on the approximately north side of that road. The subject lands are currently in the residential designation and residential zone. However, the proposed development sketch shows an adaptive reuse on a temporary basis of a dwelling for the purposes of a real estate sales office, with associated parking as required by our bylaw, actually exceeding the requirement of our bylaw for that proposed temporary use. The purpose of the application is to request that site-specific amendment for, one, the rezoning of the subject lands from residential type 4 to the site-specific R4 temporary 2 or TR402 zone, and the provisions of the TR402 zone are added to the zoning bylaw, including the permitted temporary real estate sales office use and its effective dates. The effect would allow that real estate sales office to use the subject lands for up to 3 years. A planning justification report was provided by MHBC Planning, and I agree with its contents. Emails were received from the district confirming that no hydraulic modeling is required for the temporary use, as these are fully serviced lands in the Port Severn Urban Center. And a scoped EIS addendum was revised to satisfy peer review comments. And the reason it was an addendum is that the applicant is the owner of adjacent lands known as 117 Port Severn Road, and those lands are already the subject of a scoped EIS, which was peer reviewed. And so again, this is building on the development application that was before council in 2023, 2024. The Muskoka official plan designates the subject lands, as I've said, within the Port Severn Urban Center full service area, but they also include the Port Severn Intake Protection Zone, the Port Severn Intake Buffer, the Port Severn Outfall Buffer, and high to very high areas of archaeological potential. However, again, the proposed temporary use does not change any physical features on the site, except perhaps for the interior of the building. The adjacent lands include many designations under the district official plan. The natural constraints that affect the subject lands include a type 1 fish habitat, and that type 1 fish habitat was a very important aspect of the addendum to the scoped EIS that satisfied the peer review comments. There is little fire hazard on these lands, and the flood hazard that is associated with Little Lake does not affect the dwelling that is proposed for temporary conversion to a real estate sales office. Our mapping, unfortunately, is a little bit off, but if you can picture the yellow actually covering the subject lands, that is the Georgian Bay official plan extract showing these lands as residential. 117 Port Severn immediately to the west is also residential. There are a number of commercially designated lands, including the lands immediately adjacent to the east and to the north. And there is also a large mixed use component to the south on the opposite side of Port Severn Road North. The zoning does not always reflect the official plan designations in this part of Port Severn. And so adjacent lands are both commercial and industrial, with the lands across Port Severn Road being in the R1 zone. However, again, this is a temporary use, and so this is just background. And the aerial view shows that this is a largely urbanized area that is part of a planned redevelopment, as council is well aware, and it's intended to be the Port Severn Village Center. The correspondence was already summarized by the clerk, but I'll just quickly recount some of it, and that is that the district has no objection. MTO, the Ministry of Transportation for Ontario, requires no land development review. The Severn Marina has written to request more time. So their position or their request is that council not make its decision today. The agent has requested revised wording of paragraph 2C for the proposed bylaw, and I do support that proposed wording. In summary, the zoning bylaw amendment for this temporary use has regard for provincial interest. It is consistent with the PPS, conforms to the Muskoka official plan, and importantly satisfies the criteria set out in subsection I 3.3 of the Georgian Bay official plan, being that this use is permitted elsewhere in the Port Severn Urban Center. It's limited to a maximum of 3 years unless an application is made to council for an extension. It can easily revert to the residential land use that underlies the temporary use provisions. It addresses the standards required in the zoning bylaw for the temporary use. It avoids natural heritage features and areas and the surrounding land uses. It is serviceable, and it does not interfere with the desirable development of the Port Severn Village Center. Lastly, in my opinion, it is an appropriate amendment to the zoning bylaw for Georgian Bay. So my revised recommendation is, be it resolved that Council for the Township of Georgian Bay approves bylaw 2025 regarding 135 Port Severn Road North for a temporary use zoning bylaw amendment application number Z2511 as it was revised by written request of the agent on October 31st, 2025, with township staff given today before council. Thank you.
Thank you. Is the applicant present, and do they wish to make a presentation?
Good morning to the mayor, members of the public, and members of council. My name is Tyler Paywall, planner with MHBC Planning, here on behalf of the applicant for the proposed temporary use bylaw. Apologies, I didn't bring my laptop with me. This is the first time presenting in Georgian Bay, but I understand Karen will be able to share the presentation on screen for you. So with that said, I'll keep this presentation pretty brief given the thoroughness of the staff presentation. So as shown on that slide, the subject property is outlined in red on the image shown there. The property features an area of approximately 0.29 hectares with approximately 46 meters of street frontage along Port Severn Road North, with additional shoreline frontage to the north on Little Lake. The property contains several existing buildings and structures labeled on that image. They include single detached dwelling, approximately 93 square meters or about 1,000 square feet in size, one-story structure. It also includes a shed near the east interior side yard, shed slash bunkie, and a garage slash boathouse on the shoreline side near Little Lake. Access to the property is provided by a gravel driveway from Port Severn Road North, going northwards into the property, and it ends in a large gravel parking area. As mentioned by staff, the subject lands are designated residential in the township's official plan and are zoned residential 4 or R4 in the township's zoning bylaw. The Severn Marina abuts the subject lands to the east, and to the west, as mentioned by Jeff Cracky, the lands to the west are owned by the applicant as well, and they're known as Sunnylee Resort, currently a rental cottage establishment. So next slide, please. So as mentioned, the applicant proposes to operate a temporary real estate sales office out of the existing dwelling on the property. The entirety of the dwelling would be used as a real estate sales office, and I've color-coded the image just to provide better clarity on where things are located. So the dwelling that I'm speaking to that would be temporarily converted to the office is highlighted in blue in that image. The sales office will manage unit sales for the applicant's adjacent development at 117 Port Severn Road North, which is again adjacent to the west, known as Sunnylee Resort. That application has done a pre-consultation. It is subject to future site plan control and subject to that approval. So this sales office on a temporary basis would facilitate sales if that development is approved in the future, as well as just day-to-day operations for any of the other developments in the area. So interior renovations to the existing dwelling would be proposed to accommodate and facilitate the conversion for the temporary sales office. However, to be clear, no buildings or structures are anticipated to be required, no new ones. And none of the existing buildings or structures on the property are proposed for removal at this time. So visually from the outside, walking around the property or from the street, there'd be basically little to no changes visible. Everything would be regarding what happens inside the house. It is anticipated that there will be between 2 to 4 employees working out of the temporary sales office. A total of around 6 to 7 parking spaces, including 1 barrier-free space with plentiful parking area existing on the property. Vehicular access to the property will be provided, as mentioned, by the existing gravel driveway off Port Severn Road. Next slide, please. As the standard R4 zone does not permit office uses because it's primarily a residential zone, a temporary use bylaw in the form of a zoning bylaw amendment will be required to permit the temporary real estate sales office. Additionally, as part of our zoning compliance review, we have identified that the property's existing gravel driveway at approximately 4 meters wide would be, while sufficient for a residential property, is technically deficient versus the 9-meter requirement for driveways going to commercial parking areas, technically, according to the bylaw. So with those items in mind, what the effect of the proposed temporary use bylaw would be in specific order would be number 1, to first and foremost rezone the subject lands from the residential type 4 or R4 zone to the residential type 4 temporary use 1 zone or T-R4-1 zone. Second, the temporary use bylaw would permit a temporary real estate sales office to operate within the existing dwelling on the property for a period of up to 3 years from the date of the passing of the bylaw, and that's what the official plan of the township does permit for temporary uses. Thirdly, the existing driveway on the property is proposed to be utilized, of course, for the facilitating the movements on the property for vehicles in and out of the site. Additionally, while it's not anticipated that any new structures will be required, any structures or signage erected during the time period of the temporary use bylaw are to be removed before the bylaw's expiry. Now, as Jeff alluded to, there's one requested minor edit to the language of that last statement. To be clear, the statement I just read is the proposed revised wording, and that's the wording that we would request be approved through that motion. Just for some context quickly, the base wording originally, we were kind of using the template of the township's bylaw for temporary uses. That base provision speaks to structures, any structures erected for the purpose of a temporary use being removed, of course, once the bylaw is expired. What's unique in this case is because there's no structures necessarily proposed, that it's in the existing house. It wasn't our intent that it could read that the existing house has to be removed itself once the bylaw expires. So that's just hence the proposed language change there. So next slide, please. So in summary, the proposed use is temporary in nature and limited to the interior renovations of the existing dwelling. Operation of the temporary sales office will be limited to a maximum of 3 years of operation. No buildings or structures are anticipated to be required, and the use will be compatible with the surrounding area. Again, no visual changes to the property, and it should remain compatible. As mentioned, the application is supported by our planning brief, as well as a natural heritage evaluation and addendum confirming no impact and providing recommendations to ensure no impact to the environment or the shoreline. If approved, the effect of the temporary use bylaw would not only permit the use, but it establishes conformity with the zoning bylaw, And as Jeff mentioned, the proposed temporary use does comply with the policies of the temporary use policies of the official plan. Based on this, in summary, we do believe the proposal represents good land use planning and is in the public interest. So last slide is the closing slide. So this does conclude my presentation. I should note we have reviewed the staff report and note planning staff's recommendation of approval today for the temporary use bylaw, with again the alternate wording of the bottom of section 2C of the bylaw, which speaks to removal of any potential structures. Happy to answer any questions you might have at this time, and thank you for your time.
Thank you. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak to this matter? Seeing none, I'm going to turn it over to council, and Councillor Bochek, please.
Thank you, and through your worship, I have a few concerns and a few questions and comments. Firstly, most of the residents were pretty sad to see this property sell because they got their hair cut from cabin cuts, with Judith being the trimmer. Of course, I never needed it, but my wife certainly used it. But knowing the property very well, living in the village of Port Severn, this temporary use for real estate and that being of 3 years, I think probably coincides with the development that's going to happen on the Sunnylee property. The Sunnylee property has come before us for a residential build, quite a large one. And I would imagine that this real estate office would be for the sale of those properties. And then once that is done, this property being temporary use could be rolled in to increase the size of the Sunnylee Cottage property, which would allow more development. And then my other concern would be the lands to the east, which is known as Severn Marina, or the one part which is owned by Morris, which is just a parking lot with a launch ramp, which could be acquired too. And then we'd end up with a very large residential development. It's already quite large to begin with, especially with the increased size from converting this real estate office into joining the original property. So I think I'd like to see more of what the future entails through our planning department and kind of look a little bit deeper into this so we know what the future development is going to be. And lastly, probably my biggest concern is there's really no natural shoreline protection to stop the view from the canoe to this development. And we have seen no shoreline plan as of yet when it comes to dockage, boathouses, whatever is going to be developed on the shoreline. And that's going to be a big concern of mine too, to know what we're going to be doing with that shoreline and whether it's going to be conducive with the planning report. So quite a few points there. And I just want to see the scope of the development over, say, the next 10 years, where we're going to be with this. Because we have some pretty large developments in this township right now that are expanding and expanding and expanding, and we need to have a look at that, because it's still a little village, still a little family friendly, and bringing a big development like this in really needs to be looked at in a bigger scope. So thank you.
Thank you. Respect all those concerns, but some of them are quite beyond this particular application and would require future applications. Councillor Jarvis, Councillor Predko.
Thank you, and through you, your worship. Quick questions to our planner, maybe along the same lines as Councillor Bochek's, maybe not. This 3-year temporary use bylaw, what I'm wondering is, as things maybe develop on this property, we have an effective date of for start and end. What would be the process then for either terminating and having an application for rezoning of the property prematurely, or trying to extend The temporary use bylaws, we'd be going through the same process we're doing right now with the public meetings and a zoning application, or is there some other process because there's a temporary bylaw in place that we would be following?
So I guess I'll just quickly start by saying that I share council's curiosity as to what, if any, impact the applicant's intention to purchase and temporarily use these lands may or may not have on their approved official plan amendment, zoning bylaw amendment subject to a hold provision for discussion with respect to that very important waterfront, as Councillor Bochek noted, and an ongoing pre-application consultation for a site plan application. Right now, we don't have any of those answers, nor do we have the authority to request them as a part of this temporary use zoning bylaw amendment. So all I can say is that it is certainly important, and it is certainly something that staff is carefully attending to as need be. There will certainly be at least one meeting before council at some point when the applicant asks to remove the hold for the 117 Port Severn Road zoning. Otherwise, there may not be further applications before this council. So if this is truly a temporary use that reverts back to a single family residential dwelling and is subsequently divested by the applicant in some way, shape, or form, council may not receive anything further regarding this property. But again, this is only for a temporary use. The maximum is by our own policy. The Planning Act does provide for additional extension, as does our own policy. But again, that would require a further application before council.
Okay, and then if they would have an opportunity to bring a zoning application prematurely to try to alter that temporary zoning bylaw or cancel it and go with the new application as well?
Through you to the mayor, certainly an applicant could ask to rescind a temporary use bylaw earlier than its maximum length, but that is certainly not typically something that takes place. And I would assume that given they are going to be making improvements to the interior of the building, that I think we can safely assume that this will be temporarily used for 3 years as a real estate sales office.
Okay, thank you.
Councilor Jarvis.
Thank you to the mayor, and not to harp on something for too long here, but just to follow up to Councillor Predko. In my time, driving around Southern Ontario, this area, whatever, you see sales offices that were opened up 10, 15, 20 years ago on lots, and they're still sitting there, totally deteriorated because economics went against the developer on this, and that's my concern here. How definitive is that 3-year period from our perspective? Can we, after 3 years, if nothing comes back to us, can we go to the developer and require them to remove the sales office and revert back to residential?
Yes, they would in fact have to apply to council to request an extension of the temporary use provision.
Okay, so I'll just emphasize to the proponent, given the current economic situation, particularly with regards to vacation properties and developments, this could be a longer term proposition down the road, and we've got to keep that in mind. Thank you.
Any other comments or questions? 40 days ago, I was in that little shed getting my hair cut. Things change, so it goes. I guess I'm probably due soon. I find that, and it's beyond the scope of this application, so I'll just make a passing reference to the fact the border of this property is a little disconcerting when they got an itty bitty triangle on the water. They don't really have waterfront. The property line cuts right through the boathouse. But that's not in front of us. But to me, I share the absolute curiosity as to the future of downtown Port Severn, including this property, the property to, and the properties on either side, to say nothing of across the road. And who knows what Port Severn will look like 10 years from now or 20 years from now. Odds are not quite the same as what it looks like now. But having said that, I understand that the neighbors have bought this property and they want to use it as a real estate agent, and I don't really have any great concern with that because other than a sign or two, it's going to look the same from the street as it always has. But woe be those who go there and hope to get their hair cut. With that, I have moved by Councillor Hazelton, seconded by Councillor Jarvis. Be it, well, we're going for the second one here, right? Be it resolved that Council for the Township of Georgian Bay approves bylaw 2025-073 for 135 Port Severn Road North regarding temporary use of zoning bylaw amendment application Z25-11 as it was revised by the written request of the agent on October 31st, 2025, with Township staff support given before Council. All those in favor? That is carried.
Thank you.
And that ends the public meeting portion of our meeting at 11:01. And I'm going to suggest a 10-minute bio break or whatever you want to do with it, and then we'll get back at it. Thank you. Welcome back, everyone. And we're going to change our agenda a little bit. We're going to go into the staff report on the site alteration repair order, for the simple matter that there's more people waiting on that one than on the planning application staff report. So we're going straight to number 9, staff report, site alteration repair order for 386 Baxter Loop Road, to our bylaw department. Mr. Bondar, I believe you're speaking to this, at least initially.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship and members of council. I'm just joining here so that I can share my screen, as I do have a short presentation as part of this matter. Okay, so yes, thank you, Your Worship and members of council. So today, this is in regards to 386 Baxter Loop Road site alteration violation. So to provide a bit of background, on September 9th, 2008, council received a report from the previous property owner to zone the lands from rural to the residential type 1 exemption R-120 and environmental protection EP, as per zoning bylaw 91-19. So this is Schedule A that form part of the bylaw. And just to provide a bit of ease of reference, I've highlighted 2 stars. So the one highlighted portion is the R-1-20 zone, and the green star is the EP zone that has extended out. The next few slides will show some aerial footage that we obtained through Muskoka GeoHub, which is a GIS system here for the district of Muskoka. So this is 2008, prior to the property owner owning the property. This yellow portion off to the on the right image there is the EP zone that was designated as per that 2008 bylaw. So the left photo is without it overlaid, and the right is with it overlaid, just so you can see what is there and then what has been done over the years within the EP zone. So as I mentioned, this is 2008. As you can see, in 2013, there appears to have been some large control ponds. The current owner was the owner of this property at the time. And as you can see with that overlay, the amount of that was conducted within that EP zone. As we move to 2018, as you can see, there's been a lot of change on the property with storage throughout, and as well those control ponds were then filled. And as you can see between those overlays, the amount of work there that was done within the EP zone. And this is the most recent image that we have. This is 2023 from an aerial standpoint. So as you can see, more storage being formed there, some boats and some other fill within there as per that EP zone. Just to provide an overview, so site alteration bylaw 2014-72 is to prohibit and regulate the placing or dumping or removal of fill in areas within the township of Georgian Bay. And further, under the prohibition section, section 3.2 speaks to EP zones. So no person shall place or remove or cause or permit any site alteration on land zone environmental protection under the zoning bylaw. So just a little bit of a timeline of events. So on May 22nd, 2025, the violation was first observed. There was concerns for alteration within the EP zone, and this was during a zoning compliance site visit. I was asked by another officer to attend in regards to property standards concerns to look at it from zoning. And during my site visit, this is when I first observed the site alteration violation present. Then on June 17th, there was an additional site visit conducted by myself, another officer, as well as a member of the MECP. This is because some of the environmental concerns, and I just wanted to have their input as well. And this was conducted with the property owner at the time to understand their concerns and also what work was conducted. Further this, on the next day, on June 18th, charges were laid. So the property owner was issued a stop work order under the bylaw to stop any further work from occurring. And a second site alteration violation was issued. There was a previous instance on a different property. Now that because this is the second violation, there was increased penalties issued under our AMPS bylaw. On August 1st, 2025, Then a repair order was issued. This was some time. Staff did take a lot of time to look at the aerial, consult with our planning department, and as well work with our environmental consultant at Hutchinson Environmental to assist in some of the wording that we required for the repair order. And on August 15th, the repair order was challenged, which is why we are here today before council. Under Section 7, the property owner has the option to appeal the repair order before members of council. So just to provide a bit of a site overview, the next few slides will go over some photos. So as you can see, as I mentioned, there is that overlay, that yellow highlighted portion as per bylaw 2008-75. And as you can see on the map, there's also a few dots. These are photo location points. And this is based off of the coordinates that I received when I did take the photos at the site. So as I go through slides, I'll be able to show where that location was and the changes between the two site visits as well. So as we can see here, so this is within this blue dot on my circle. This is on the border of the EP zone. So a lot of this fill has been pushed back and altered. As well, this is another photo of a large amount of fill that has been pushed and altered within that border, creating a small berm. I can go back to it as well, but this was what the first picture of my slide showed, was this kind of horseshoe look. So this is part of that. And now we get into the EP zone. So this is this red dot here, as you can see in the map below. So there's a large berm here, and as you can see, there's a large accumulation of water that's happened in regards to that man-made berm to stop the water from flowing. This was a rainy day, but you'll see in the next site visit that the water was still pooled there after close to a month. And my next site visit, there was no rain. So this is another one here within the EP zone. This is the green photo. So this is the same berm that's been created. A better photo will show this is to show the sheer amount of fill that's been placed there. But there is another photo coming up that does show, as you can see, the water elevation there at the back. So this is the same berm on a more dry day, the exact same photo. So as you can see, the sheer accumulation of water on the back based off that berm that's been placed there within the EP. There is a lot of water pooling. This next photo, so I'm standing in the same location. I did a 180-degree turn, so towards the back of me. So now there's a limited amount of water below that berm because the water is being held up by all the fill that has been placed there. This was taken originally during the rainy day, so you can see the amount of water there. And as well, this is close to a month later, the exact same photo. So there's still water there, unable to pass through from that large amount of water that's been piled based off the fill. The next two photos that I'll be able to show are outside of the EP zone. So this doesn't constitute a violation, but it's just to provide an overview of the site. So there is large water runoff that's happening from certain places, some accumulation of water. This is down in the corner of the property. And as well, this is outside the EP zone, but connected within this is a large pile of water that's also formed because of some of the displacement from the fill within the EP zone. So this is a lot of words. So this is with the assistance of Hutchinson based off kind of having a meeting with them, understanding some of the aerial. So we've asked the individual to engage a qualified person with experience in reclaiming disturbed wetland or riparian areas to coordinate a meeting with the township. This was supposed to be conducted August 31st, but based off of coming to council, this has been delayed and not happened. And as part of the plan, they would need to propose grading and drainage plan for the altered area. That includes plan and profile views for the alteration, as well as a planting plan and showing the location, type, and numbers of species that would need to be planted with stabilized soil and drainage ways, a proposed timeline for the works, and a proposed reclamation monitoring and reporting plan. This was to be submitted October 1st. And the last is that it would be reviewed then by the township's environmental consultant, and once approved, that all work was to be completed by May 31st of 2026. So consideration by council, as I mentioned, the section 7.6, this in regards that the owner can write a written request to the clerk within 30 days of the date of the order, to which they did. They did 15 days after to be heard here today before council. and its staff's recommendation to council to confirm the repair order and alter the required dates for the reclamation plan to be submitted to the township. One final comment I did want to make is that this wetland area is part of a very large wetland, a neighboring property owned by Ducks Unlimited, and that does extend a fair amount onto many other adjacent properties. So while it is one small portion that we've been able to identify, there is much larger EP connected to this property and system.
One point of clarification, if I may. When in that diagram you showed, okay, a light shaded area and a dark shaded area, which is predominantly on the neighboring property and just slightly touched. What is that dark shaded area?
Your worship, that's part of the Ontario, the EPPSW that's been surveyed by the province. So that's that shaded area. And then the other shaded area is the EP zone that was designated as part of that 2008-75 bylaw.
Okay, thank you. Just wanted that confirmed. All right, thank you very much. Any other comments from staff on this? I will then go over to the applicant for this review and ask if they would like to make any comments. And the standard procedure is everybody identifies themselves before they speak.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor and members of council and members of staff. My name is Jeffrey Streisfeld. I'm a planning and environmental lawyer with over 35 years of experience in Ontario. And I am here not as an applicant. There's no application in this particular proceeding. No worries, Mr. Mayor. We are here to respond to the request by bylaw enforcement asking you to confirm this repair order. Our submission here today is you should not confirm a repair order based on the information that you have heard today solely from your bylaw enforcement officer and based on the presentation that was put on the screen. The reason we're asking you not to confirm is because the question that the mayor asked is the most relevant question with respect to where is a PSW located on this property, if at all. Now, bylaw enforcement, if you can pull back on screen, all of the photographs will show you that none of the photographs that they took occurred or show any alteration within that darker area, which is the provincial designated PSW. It's a provincially significant wetland. So we need to start, thank you, we'll just look at that, it's on screen. As the bylaw enforcement officer knows full well, and he should have told you this, he didn't take any photographs in or of the area that's in yellow on his own map. In fact, he doesn't even know where it is on the ground. So notwithstanding that the bylaw enforcement officer doesn't even know where the PSW limit is on the ground, a repair order is issued and a notice of violation, and as you understand, it's all being contested. Why? So, amongst other things, I think you have our submission dated October 20th, 2025, addressed to you, Mr. Mayor, and we wrote to you in connection with the repair order, and we advised you that we would have 3 or 4 people available to speak to it. And just while I'm at that particular point, I have to my right is Mr. Neil Morris, who is a consulting ecologist. He has provided His recommendation to the city under a cover of letter dated July 2, 2025. That information, together with the information that I have provided the municipality, confirms that the zoning designation and limit shown on this property is wrong. There is no EP PSW on the property that looks anything like what's shown on your screen by both colors. It doesn't exist. What we do know is that your zoning bylaw from your zoning map, from zoning bylaw 2014-75, somebody took a government line from 2013 and they extended it. So allow me just to get up for 1 second. Somebody took this dashed government line and extended it.
Excuse me, the folks online cannot hear you when you're away from a microphone.
No worries. The point that I was going to make, if we're all looking on screen, your zoning map is wrong. So you're asking to repair property based on incorrect zoning. There is no EP PSW on the location where Mr. Bonder took his photographs and showed you that there was some alteration in 2025. Now, as I am aware, we had requested your planning department, and they are aware that there is a zoning error with respect to the limit of the EPPSW designation in connection with the property. But they say they'll get around to it maybe next year to fix it. Our concern is, why would a municipality, knowing that there is a zoning error on this property, and the zoning error is really, it's twofold. It's first, the municipality cannot, without ground truthing, it means you have to go out onto the site and do more than take pictures. You have to take soil tests and you have to assess the vegetation. None of that was done in 2013 or in 2014. And the reason why I'm saying that is because in 2013, that's when the Ministry of Natural Resources did their work. You incorporated, this township, incorporated their work into their official plan. But when it came to the zoning bylaw, which was your new comprehensive zoning bylaw, you made a mistake. You designated the entire, almost the entire area of his property as PSW, and you ought not to have done that. And therefore, we have requested first and foremost that no order should ever be made to repair something when the underlying zoning is already incorrect. It makes no sense.
So now it's time for us to turn to the planning department and let them speak to the zoning on this property.
So just before I finish,
I'll give you one more remark.
Beyond fixing the zoning, which they cannot do sitting here today, right now, they would have to go out and do an evaluation to determine if in fact there is wetland there where they say it was. Now, we know there wasn't. We have a consulting ecologist who's been on the site after the Ministry of Natural Resources was on the site in 2013, 2014, and there's no wetland in the area in which you're talking about. So what we're saying is our information is absolutely crystal clear. You've got a zoning error on your property, and we've asked you, the municipality, since you've already identified zoning errors in your comprehensive bylaw, to move immediately to correct the land use zoning designation on this property, which is in error. And then there is also another.
Okay, you're repeating yourself. I would like the planning department to also give in their perspective.
Just before, there was the EP zoning error, and now there's one also other zoning error, so they can deal with it all in one shot.
To the planning department, please. Director Whitley.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to council, if you give me a moment. I do have a few slides. I'll repeat a little bit of what Mr. Bondar showed, but I'd like to share. Okay, I'll try to enlarge that, but we'll go with that. So same series of photos. This is Muskoka GeoHub. This is the 2008 aerial image taken from Muskoka GeoHub. And what we can see in 2008, so here's the adjacent property and that mapped PSW that Mr. Streisfeld is referring to. Contiguous to that in 2008 and part of the wetland extended into the subject lands here. And that was one contiguous wetland complex at that time. As we've heard, there was a zoning bylaw passed. Let me just get to it. There we go. 2008-75, that's just the bylaw. It did three things. It established the R-1-20 zone with some restrictions, including no outside storage. It also rezoned a portion of the property to EP. And at that time, the township's 1991 zoning bylaw, the EP zone captured wetlands of all manner. This was the map schedule associated with that zoning bylaw. So as Mr. Bondire indicated, you had the R-1-20 zone, and then you had the lands that were rezoned from rural to EP in 2008. Staff looked into the staff report and particularly the boundary of this EP zone to understand to gain an understanding of what process or methodology staff would have went through at that time to arrive at that wetland. And what we determined was that corresponded exactly with the limits of Ontario base mapping wetland symbology that was available at that time. So Ontario base maps prepared by the Ministry of Natural Resources, they date back to the late 70s. They were updated through the 80s and 90s, usually interpreted from aerial photography. They mapped wetlands. So it's my conclusion that in 2008, staff took the Ontario base map wetland limit and imposed it to establish the EP zone that the 2008 bylaw created. Now, this map is ArcGIS or GeoHub, sorry, and it takes the 2014 zoning bylaw. And what changed is two things. One, what was EP in the 91 bylaw, and it's hard to see here, but now it's called EP PSW. And the other change were the limits of the wetland zone on the property, the EP PSW, differ a little bit from the base map. Staff don't know what methodology the consultant in 2014 used to arrive at EP PSW or to adjust the limit, but that bylaw was passed, it was not appealed, and it remains in effect. And that relates to the site alteration bylaw, which prohibits alteration in EP zones. So the lands where the alteration occurred remain in an EP zone, in this case, EPPSW. We talked about the darker area, and that's here. And that's what we heard was in 2013, mapped by the province as a provincially significant wetland. No issue with that. We understand that that is what happened. So I'm just going to run through the sequence. 2008, we have a contiguous wetland complex. Next available photo in the series is 2013. We see a portion of what was that contiguous wetland complex is now some sort of ponds and berms or dikes. 2018, the next in the series, we see that filling that Mr. Bondar referred to. And 2023, which is the most recent photo, again, we see some site alteration. We also see some vegetation has moved in into that area. So this is the 2023 photo. This is the EPPSW as mapped in 2013 by the province, which we understand. And from staff's perspective, if we look at 2008 to 2023, if I go back, I think it should come as no surprise that when the province mapped the wetland in 2013, that the limit of the PSW was here, because whatever wetland was in this area was no longer there. That's how I think we landed at where we are today. Those are my comments.
All right, thank you very much. At this point, I think the best thing I can do is hand it over to council for their questions and see if we can't narrow down the circumstances or the issues if there are going to be any remaining. And I'm going to start with Councillor Graziano.
Thank you, and through your worship, two issues at hand. One is going to be a question to our planning department, but I understand that the applicant's lawyer had articulated that there was a letter provided to staff by an ecologist. I don't see that in staff's report today, and I looked back in my emails, and the only correspondence I do see was a email communication chain that concluded on October the 20th, or I believe, and I'm sorry, I'm squinting because I'm just looking at my screen for some reason, the email. Our systems seem to say that your message can't be displayed right now. Please check your network connections, but I do have Wi-Fi, as I would not be talking today with or addressing council today. But I see a communication here absent a letter of an ecologist or from or by an ecologist. So wondering, are we in possession of that letter? And if we are, can staff share that? Because I'd like to better understand what that person is articulating. And if it has been distributed, perhaps staff can correct me and show me where it has been circulated, because again, I've done a search in my inbox and I don't see one. So I guess that's the first question. How did we receive a letter, and was it circulated to council in advance of today's meeting? That's question number one, and then I do have a subsequent question to planning staff.
Give Clerk White a chance. Clerk White, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. An email was distributed to all of council yesterday, and it included the sketch provided by Mr. Brandon's lawyer, as well as the letter from Neil Morris, the consulting ecologist, and then as well as the email chain from October 20th.
I'm looking, sorry, Clerk White, but I'm looking at the email that was dated Monday at 4:43 p.m. And again, as I advised, for some reason, I'm unable to open up the email, the actual body of the email here. And I do see a +1 attachment, but I'm unable to open it. So not sure what's happening here. I'd like to see it, so because I think it is important to be able to better understand and balance both sides in rendering a decision here. My second question, if I may, is directed at our planning staff, and thank you, Derek, for kind of articulating, and giving us kind of a chronology of what you feel has happened. In matters of EPWs, is it the municipality that makes the decision as to what is defined as an EPW, or is it the province?
Through the mayor to Councilor Graziano and council. So staff would make that determination using best available data. And that would typically be provincial data. The municipality would not be retaining its own consultants to go ground truth every wetland. We would rely on provincial mapping.
Okay, and I appreciate that. So based on what the province has defined currently as the outline, and I understand that it's the opinion of staff and that perhaps they missed the additional section of what would have been the wetland due to the changes. But given the current situation, would the province not have considered the changes? Would they not have looked at the topographical views from GeoHub and determined that in fact there was wetlands there before, or do they just kind of quickly scan and provide their comments and thoughts?
Through the mayor to council and Councilor Graziano, a little bit outside of my scope, but the province and their wetland mapping methodology would have been based on what's existing at the time of the exercise. So historical, what would have happened, that would have not factored, to my knowledge, into the mapping of the PSW today. So again, I think what happened in 2013, and that's the date we're working from, and staff do not dispute that date. And I think Mr. Morris's letter speaks to it as well. When that PSW was mapped, it's my understanding that that would have been based on what the staff, the MNR staff mapping the wetland at the time, using whatever methodology they used, would have found at that time.
And one subsequent question, if I may, Your Worship. On that note, and I appreciate that, would the MNRF, had they determined any changes, gotten involved, or would they just have deferred that back to the municipality?
Through the mayor to council. Yeah, I mean, we're kind of speculating here whether MNR field staff or a consultant perhaps retained by MNR doing wetland evaluation mapping would have taken any changes and referred that to MNR enforcement staff. I have no idea. So I believe that's not what occurred because there was no action taken on the wetland alteration until municipal bylaw enforcement staff got involved, as Mr. Bondar has indicated.
Yeah, okay, so, and I appreciate that. So just to summarize then, province deemed the wetland to be what it is. As we see, they didn't take any further action, and here we are. Okay, great. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you. Councillor Hazelton, please.
Thank you. A question for our planning department. And apologies, I'm a little, just wanting to make sure I understand the sequence of timing here. So in 2008, it was deemed a wetland. In 2013, the extended wetland, was that included with the zoning bylaw?
Through the mayor, Councillor Hazelton, and the rest of council. So what we've heard and staff concur with is that in 2013, the PSW limit was mapped, and we saw that darker yellow area on the screen. The township's current zoning bylaw was passed in 2014. So certainly after that mapping exercise had occurred, at which point during that zoning bylaw formulation did the township's consultant at the time review available data, review available mapping to arrive at that EPPSW zone limit that we have now? I don't know. I don't know whether that happened post 2013 EPPSW mapping, whether that happened early in 2013 and 2012, I don't know. So the methodology or methods or information that the township would have used to get to the current zoning mapping, which is EPPSW, staff can't speak to.
Follow up then. I'm looking at our zoning map right now. that we'll call the lighter area that we've had in your diagrams. When I click on it, it says it is an EPPSW. So our current zoning map is consistent with the messaging that I'm hearing from you and bylaw.
But if I may, through the mayor, to be clear, that lighter area is provincial Ontario base map wetland symbology. And that symbology didn't speak to whether it's a provincially significant wetland. It just said there was a wetland there. And that's what that lighter area
I'm
is.
just saying, when I look at the zoning map right now, it says EPPSW.
That is what our current zoning bylaw 2014-75 says. Yeah.
All fine and well. Thank you for that. Random question. If somebody owns a piece of property and it has a EPPSW on it, is there a process for them to fill it in? Like, is there any approval body that would enable them to fill in an EPPSW?
So is there a process? There's always a process. Are they allowed to? The short answer is no. So provincially significant wetlands, PSWs, have status under the Planning Act, under the Provincial Planning Statement and Development, and site alteration in PSWs is not permitted. That's the short answer.
Okay, so in the case that we're dealing with right now, the current owner was not the owner in 2013. Is that correct?
Through your worship, they were the owner in 2013. They weren't the owner in 2008 during that initial photo, but in 2013 they were the current owner.
Okay, so the so-called violation of the zone has been taking place at some point in time since 2008, but with the current owner.
Through your worship, we don't know the exact date to which that, as from 2008 to 2013, there is a jump to which we're unaware of when the work started to occur. But the lands were bare prior to this owner owning it, and further work has been conducted as seen in 2018 and 2023. And when as myself as the bylaw officer was made aware of it during my site visit, that's when the enforcement begun.
Thank you.
So, Councillor Bocek.
Thank you, and through your worship, I just need to get a few things straight here. First of all, with bylaw, we've been told repeatedly that bylaw doesn't respond to anything unless it's complaint driven. And not that this is a big factor in this matter, but was there a complaint lodged via our website in writing? I don't want to know who did it if somebody did it, but was there an actual complaint filed?
Through your worship, as mentioned in one of my slides, there was an official complaint lodged unrelated to site alteration. It was in regards to property standards. And as an assistance, that officer that attended for property standards was looking for my assistance in regards to zoning. And when I got there, I found a further violation of the site alteration bylaw, which myself as an officer could not ignore. So that's why it's being addressed.
Okay. Secondly, EPPSW, which is a provincial zoning, which was designated on the map in the dark color. And then there was an extended area that I understand was put into place by a bylaw in 2013, was it? 2014? 2008. Okay. And when that was done, when a bylaw was created to include that lighter color as not an EPPSW, but a PSW, am I correct?
And that occurred, that change from EP, which was in the 91 bylaw, a catch-all environmental zone. The change from EP to EPPSW on these lands occurred in 2014 when the current zoning bylaw came into effect.
Okay. So on the dark green part of the map, which is the provincial EPPSW, has there been any infringement or site alteration into that area, into the dark green area?
I would defer to municipal law staff on that question.
If I could, please, through the bylaw.
Through your worship, based off the topography of the land and the mass amount of flooding through certain portions, we were unable to access that specific portion. That's why that limit stopped there. to which once I did my full desktop review that it was found within that EP zone. So it's unknown of what's happening further into that EPPSW and onto adjacent lands owned by Ducks Unlimited.
Okay, and well, I've got you here. The mapping that was used for this, I think you said came from the District of Muskoka GeoHub. And do we know the accuracy of the information on that GeoHub? Being that I'm the district councillor for the District of Muskoka, I've been told repeatedly that the information that's gotten from the GeoHub is not completely accurate, and perhaps our planning department could comment on that.
Yeah, through the mayor to council as a whole and Councillor Bocek. So where we certainly do see some distortion in GeoHub is when MPAC property boundary layers are imposed on GeoHub. Sometimes we see lot lines that don't match up with ground features. When it comes to other mappings, such as the Ontario base map, which GeoHub has incorporated, which is the provincial M&R base mapping for all of Ontario, we have no reason to have concerns with its accuracy. It's never proven to be off. And certainly in this case, it aligns with the historic wetland that existed on the property.
Okay, thank you. I think that's the end of my questions.
Councillor Jarvis.
Thank you, through the mayor. Just to our compliance officer, I think you mentioned early in your presentation that you first, when you went to the site, did you have somebody from M&R or MOECP with you at that time?
Through your worship, my second site visit there on June 17th, that's correct. I, based off my initial site visit on May 22nd, after speaking with the owner, they wanted us present, and I asked an MECP compliance officer to come with me, unrelated to site alteration, but there was some oil spills and different things on the property that I wanted them to take a look at. So they did, but they have no further enforcement dealt with within the site alteration or EP zone. I just wanted their take when they showed up with us.
So they weren't there because of the ecological implications of the alteration. They were there for other reasons.
Yes, correct, and that's with the zoning aspect, some outdoor storage and stuff that I wanted them to.
Okay, just need that clarification. Yes. Okay, thank you very much. Okay.
Yeah, I when I look at this, to me, there are some things that are fairly clear, and some things that are a little less clear. I mean, if I understand it correctly, 2008, the zone was established, and that involved the property owner at the time. And what I'm imagining is that there was an agreement because they wanted to change the zoning on the property, that a segment of it was considered environmentally protected, and a segment of it was this R1-20, if memory serves, that allowed certain things to happen on that land. 1 minute, sir. And so that happened, and I have to presume that was in cooperation between the landowner and the township at the time. And then when I look at the 2013 aerial view, I see these three or four, depends how you look at it, ponds. And very clearly, most of the one pond is in the EP, the provincially sensitive. So I don't entirely understand how that boundary, the modification that was made at that time, I'll call it the darker green line, was that put in there before those ponds, like was that in early 2013 before those ponds were dug? Because to me, the mapping, that boundary makes no sense based on what, and I don't know when this 2013 picture was taken, whether it was, spring, summer, fall, and some of these photographs really varied whether they take, I know sometimes they do them in spring because you can see through the trees better than in the summer. But there's no question that alteration took place in this area. I mean, I don't think anybody can dispute that, because when we look at the pictures, they look different from time to time. So I don't think we're disputing whether or not earth was moved around or things like that, because it clearly happened. I don't fully understand this modification, how the provincially sensitive wetland line was redrawn, given those ponds, unless those ponds were dug after the province. And, you know, they may have been their 2013 line, but they may have determined it in 2011 or 2012 because they don't do all the work in 2 days and then saying, here's the new plan. So when it comes, so I am presuming, and I don't know, I am presuming that that line was drawn based on aerial views that were probably pre-2013. It may have been 2012. I don't know when the province did it, because otherwise that line doesn't make any sense. But to me, what I'm seeing is there was a provincially sensitive, there was an environmental protection zone in 2008 that carried over in 2014 because nobody had provided any indication that it shouldn't have. Because as you say, we're not ground proofing every boundary. We're just in. I mean, we know that 2014 bylaw was based on 1991 with changes to some of the zones, but a lot of the boundaries stayed the same. So I fully get that, how that happened. But I also fully understand that whether it's the prior landowner or the current landowner, changes definitely took place in that zone. I mean, that's indisputable. And to be told there was an error, and sir, you've used that word error on a repeated basis. I don't know if that's entirely fair, because I think what we did is we simply took the zoning that existed and carried it over, because that's what we normally do. And so I've seen a couple hands. I'm going to allow you to speak. I'm going to encourage you to be brief, and then I'm going to go back to council.
Hello, Mr. Mayor. I was with my dad, the previous owner, before he passed away in 2017, and helped develop all these lots that Gord's is one of them in question. And there was never any indication from council or the township that there was any problem with the land when we had it developed as R1 as a residential lot. Now, also, the Beavers have expanded their waterfront continuously over the last 100 years. And this is what they've done now in this, in both the dark green and the light green area. But in that area, in the dark green area, the smaller circle, right? They were contained back there at that point. But there's only so much a landowner can do over time. And we were never provided information from the township that the area became bigger, because if that would have been the case, we wouldn't have been able to sell the land as a lot to Gord and with Kurt Wall that previously started with us with the process back in, I don't know, I think it was 2008 or whatever. But you can't sell a lot that's only half a lot. You know, it's all like that would be basically taken over by the Beavers.
Well, well, sir, with respect, many a lot in this township were sold with numerous different zonings on them, and many of them you would argue are half a lot because the other half is deemed EP of one form or another. So that does occur, and I have to believe that in 2008, your father, if he was the one who was involved with this application for the R1-20 zoning, would have or should have understood that there was 2 zones put on the property at that time.
There was never any information because I handled it with my lawyer, Cass Bell, all the information that came through the township. It was approved back in '99 when we had all the lots approved. And from there up until the time we sold it, there was never a problem with zoning or environmental or anything that we ever received.
But we do have a file from 2008 where the zoning was changed, and I can't imagine that zoning was changed at the whim of township. I have to presume there was an application made. Director Woodland.
Yeah, through the mayor to council, going into my memory banks here, but we heard the name Kurt Wall, and I don't recall if in the 2008 application if Kurt Wall was the applicant or was the beneficial owner pending the rezoning, but it was a landowner initiated zoning bylaw amendment, and those parties involved would have been certainly aware of both the application since they initiated it and the resulting decision, which was the 2008-75 zoning bylaw, which put the lands into an R1-20 and EP zone. So yes, it would have been a fully transparent process.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Streisfield.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. When I heard some of the questions coming from members of council, it was very clear to me that you didn't really understand what the zoning error is. And it's not clear to me, sitting here today, that your planning department has not told you that the limit of the EPPSW shown on your current zoning bylaw from 2014 is incorrect. Your own staff has failed to tell you, sitting here today, as I am, that your EPPSW zoning designation on this property is wrong. And the reason why it's wrong is because the Ministry of Natural Resources, not your staff, we don't have to guess about any of this. It's actually all in your file. The file that was maintained by the city, township, when it was preparing its official plan back in 2013, 2014, because a comprehensive bylaw came with that official plan. That's why we have your comprehensive bylaw 2014-75. All I wanted to say was, you've asked a lot of questions about what the ministry is or didn't do. If I might turn the mic over to our ecological consultant to add a few comments to help explain a few of these matters to council, because this is coming from somebody who actually does do the work as opposed to a land use planner that doesn't do ecological assessments.
Sure.
Thank you.
Yeah, if it pleases your worship, I will take a few minutes here to try and tie together some loose ends, or what appear to be some loose ends. For the record and for Mayor and Council's consideration, as well as staff and any members of the public, my name is Neil Morris. I am a consulting ecologist with approaching 40 years of experience, very well qualified to conduct the assessment and delineation of wetlands. And I was asked by the property owner, the proponent, to do a brief assessment of the property following the issuance of the bylaw infraction notice and the order to repair. So I've attended the site and I have done the various things that would need to be done in order to reliably say this is a wetland boundary. I've also looked at all of the past maps and I understand the nature of wetland mapping at a high level. And in this letter, which unfortunately sounds like it only arrived fairly late in the game, I'm not sure why that was. It's addressed to Gordon Brandon, and he was given permission to distribute it as he sees fit. So beyond that, I can't say. But it was prepared in July, and it's possible that you've only received it in the last few days. I'm not sure. So if there are questions about the wetland and the nature of the wetland, please feel free to bring it to my attention. But with all of the work I've done, it's my conclusion that certainly at present, the area that is not within the PSW boundary as it was defined or confirmed, I should say, in 2013. It was probably approximated some years before that. That's the nature of the way these things work. And they identify those that should be evaluated as potentially significant, and they'll go out and they'll ground truth it. They're the important ones. They want to get the boundary straight. So they go out at some point and confirm the boundary. And that's what was done in 2013. Perhaps the field work was done in 2012. I don't know the details of that. Planning staff have referred to base maps and base map symbology, which is understandable. I don't know if any of these, the members of staff present were involved in that exercise, but there's some uncertainty. I haven't seen the base map. And the base maps in general are, that's the reason they go out and do ground truthing, to confirm what they think could be wetland, looking at some aerial imagery. So I've taken those extra steps. I've been on the property. So at present, I am confident that the area that is the additional extension that came in 2008 in present conditions it's not wetland. What it was in I can say certainly as far back as 2013, maybe earlier, when the provincial government completed their confirmation of the boundary. At that point, they would have identified it as wetland if it was wetland. There was no reason to leave it outside the boundary of the PSW if it was in fact wetland. They wouldn't leave a non-PSW that's contiguous with a PSW. They would include it. That's the way it would be done. So at that point in 2013, no wetland. So if we're talking about the current actions, the changes that were observed this year, certainly those weren't done on wetland conditions. That's clear to me. What happened with those cells that were created in 2013, I cannot say with certainty. It certainly seems to be the case that staff can't say with certainty. You could try and do some forensic analysis to say, was this wetland, was it not? I have no information to suggest that it was. The air photos are inconclusive. The base maps that are referenced haven't been presented and themselves are not fully reliable. So I would submit that if we're talking about the works recently completed, those were not done within a wetland. That area was still nonetheless mapped as EP, but it was not PSW, and it was not, in my mind, it should not have been mapped as EP. How that gets resolved in this matter is not up to me, but that's my opinion as a professional ecologist.
The first time you were on the property was this year?
Yes,
okay.
Late June, I believe.
Yeah,
June,
so I can appreciate how you cannot say whether it was wetland or not in 2008.
No, but I did also review as many aerial images as I possibly could from various sources, and I'm familiar with the way that wetland mapping is developed. So I considered that information in a way to
appreciate the input. Mr. Brand, I'm going to turn it over to council in a moment.
Thank you.
Mayor and council.
Sorry, just one more thing.
Yeah, sorry. I've been asked to just clarify that I did conduct ground truthing, which is a pretty important step in delineating a wetland. Every other discussion about the wetland boundary here is not based on ground truthing. What does that consist of? That would be, I've been asked, what does that consist of? That is taking soil samples to a certain depth to determine the moisture regime of the soil, evaluating the vegetation that's present, identifying the percentage and nature of species that are actually wetland plants. Those are the key indicators of wetland versus non-wetland.
And you're not disagreeing with, I'll call it the 2013 boundary, that let me call it the other side is wetland at this point?
That, to me, that seems quite acceptable.
Yeah, okay, yeah. I think it's quite clear that when you were there, one side of the boundary was wetland, the other side, shall we say, is no longer wetland, whether or not it originally was.
Correct. That's a very good way to phrase it. Thank you.
All right. Mr. Brand, you want to make an additional remark before I go back to council?
Yes, Mayor and council. When I first went on the property, and it was 2010, and I purchased it from Daniel Kuzno, Vince's dad. I looked it all over, and I've been in construction all my life. And I know when it's wetland and when it isn't wetland. So I took into consideration where the road came in, which was in the north part of the property, up towards the PSW area. A little road came in and it went right across what you guys are talking about as wetland, EP. It went back in the bush farther along those property where Vince got it eventually lots to be sold to his family or to whoever he could sell them to. Why was the road there? The road was there because Mr. Kuzno, Daniel, when I was a little guy about 8 years old, used to go to his place where he had the marina down at the water, and they used to burn wood. So they used to take the wood out of the bush, go over through that road, which you're thinking is wetlands, and use it for their homes. Well, first of all, if you put a road over marshy, soft ground, wetland, like it is in the PSW farther in, you'd never be able to go through it. Okay, now the next thing that happened, when I went in, there was stumps there. And why were there stumps there? Because they were cutting the wood. There was stumps 10, 12 inches. I dug them all out and put them in a brim along the road. The ground was sandy clay. My machine didn't go down. It sat there and it dug cells. Why did it dug cells? Well, this is how the cells work, just so you have some information. We were dredging from Kurt Wool's marina. And Kurt said, I need a place to put the materials. It was a sandy, gravelly material. And I said, well, I'll dig some cells and we'll put the cells in. And the reason you put the cells in is because the material is so wet. You don't want to run it all over, so you cell it up and you make it so the environment doesn't get it all over the place. So we put those cells in and filled them up with the gravel, okay? But basically, the material that was there originally wasn't marsh material. It was sand, clay base, okay? So as far as me getting into the PSW, okay, you would probably see a line running through the last cell, the north end, and you say to yourself, well, I think he's in the PSW. Well, those lines that run there without a surveyor marking the property with survey line and survey pegs can be misleading because they vary. So until I can get a surveyor to mark it, I don't know if I'm in it or out of it. I don't know where the PSW is on the bottom end of that little marshy lake. Now, there's one other thing I want to bring to your attention is I have a little map here which shows a ditch on the north end of the property. Not my property, on the north end of the Ducks Unlimited property. And I have a photo that shows how the water came from that marshy lake to the Baxter Road ditch and went along the ditch and finally went to Georgian Bay. Of course, the beavers plugged that ditch, nobody maintained it. Then the beavers made another dam on the bottom end of the lake and raised the whole water up on that marshy lake. Of course, the water came over top the dam and eventually onto this property. And somebody in 2008 said, whoa, look at all this water on the property. Must be EP. So they didn't go back and check and say, what did it? What really did it was the whole lake came up. So what happens is the dam breaks, water goes all over the place, and all the water goes down. And some years you don't have water coming onto the property. Some years you have water coming onto the property. In 2008, they seen water coming on the property. It was going over the top of the beaver dam. So what really happened here is being that the little lake behind my property rose up, caused a wet area on my property in certain years, and certain years it didn't, sir. I rely on my specialist to check the property. He went and did soil samples and did all that. I paid him, and all that cost money. But really, I'm the only one, and Vince, that knows what's happened to that property because he cut wood off of it. Because when I first got it, we were cutting trees that were 8, 10 inches because we had to clear it. So he can justify that. I have affidavits given out, sworn what's there. And I never was told, never knew anything about the wetlands. So really, theoretically, I don't feel I did something wrong because I didn't even know I was doing anything wrong. And I'll tell you something. The township has a problem with this EP. sometimes they don't tell the owners they're changing their property to EP. And I've been in a situation with a big property for Mr. Visor over in South Bay. He owns 200 acres. He never knew it got changed EP. We worked on it for 10 years or better, and it was EP. And all of a sudden, we got charged. And we didn't know because we thought it was private property. And a lot of times they don't notify the people that they're changing it. And they should, because the people get in trouble. So I'm a general manager and I got in trouble and fined over there, over that. We didn't know. And that's what Josh had said here. He got a previous fine. So then, you know, you get in trouble and you don't even know it because nobody told you it's EP. If we would have known it was EP on Mr. Visor's property, we would have never done anything without proper paperwork. So I've been in business all my life.
Okay, you've made your points. I will tell you that I own property that has EP on it. And when that designation was put on it, I don't know how many years ago, I was informed. So there is a way that people are informed, and that was by the province was the one who came on to groundproof it. And I appreciate the history, but I'm going to go back to council because they may have some questions based on what any of you said or the staff says. And I'm going to start with Councillor Graziano, please.
Thank you, and through your worship, I was just summarizing my notes. Hopefully everyone can see me because my lighting has been in and out. A couple of questions just for clarification. I'm a little confused and perhaps staff can help me better understand. On page 12, I believe, of the PDF that we received, there's a timeline, a chronological timeline, I guess, of what had happened in each step. And I think I may have heard staff advise that on the second visit, or on the second site visit, that they attended the site with a representative of the MNRF. Is that correct? Did I hear that correctly?
Through your worship, no, it was a member of the Ministry of Environment, Conservation and Parks. It was unrelated to the site alteration violation. It was in regards to other environmental concerns on the property that weren't speaking to here today.
Okay, and thank you for that. Thank you for clarifying. Again, I wanted to make sure that I had my information correct. Or are you at liberty to advise on whether or not any issues arose from that particular visit, aside from you being present and conducting a second review?
Through your worship, that matter is in regards to that environmental compliance is not relevant to the matter here today. And as well, whatever matters forward that the MECP has followed up with, I haven't been privy to either.
Okay, fair enough. And I appreciate that. Thank you. A question of planning, if I may, for a moment. Mr. Whitleb, if you can, is there any precedent within our municipality whereby zoning was changed unbeknownst to landowners? If memory serves me correctly, I think we had a previous application coming back to Planning Council maybe a year ago where there was an applicant who advised that this was the case. But I mean, a year ago is a long time, so I wanted to make sure that my memory is correct.
Through the mayor to council and Councilor Graziano. So amendments to zoning bylaws are always public processes, right? They're prescribed notification processes of in advance of an application and of decisions prescribed by the Planning Act. Now, having said that, those processes can be somewhat dense, if I may call it, in their nature. In the case of something like the passing of a comprehensive zoning bylaw that may have occurred at the time by way of publication of a notice in a newspaper, if one existed in the municipality at the time. So there is notification, but it's certainly not unusual for a property owner who may have even been the property owner at the time that the zoning changed, that they did not become aware of it, notwithstanding all those prescribed public notice requirements that exist. So it's not an unusual circumstance to run into. Again, though, I go back in this case, at least insofar as the original 2008 zoning bylaw amendment, that was a privately initiated zoning bylaw amendment. All certainly parties involved would have been aware of it and of its outcome. The 2014 comprehensive zoning bylaw amendment would have had a broader form of public notice, and it likely would have included newspaper publication and perhaps website and that sort of thing, maybe mailouts and tax notices, I don't know. But there would not likely have been individual notification to every landowner that said, here's how the zoning changed and how it might affect your property. That would not likely have happened.
I appreciate that, and thank you for your candor on that. And this is the crux of I guess the concern that I have is whether the applicant would have received some formal notice should or had anything changed within their property.
Luciano, I would like to do a quick insert of a question before we're getting back to you. Just one moment. In 2014, did the zoning actually change on this property?
Through the mayor into council. So yes, what happened in 2014, and we've heard this from the landowner and his representatives, was the zoning changed from EP, environmental protection, to EP PSW. And I think we've heard from the proponents that they take issue with that EPPS, the PSW portion, because I don't think anyone's disputing that it belongs on the adjacent property to the east or northeast, but it was applied to all of the property. So to your earlier comment, Mr. Mayor, I think there was some element of carryover. And again, I can't speak to what methodology the staff at the time used, but it was always a wetland, the type of wetland.
The EP letters carried over, but the PSW letters were added.
It appears to be the case, yep.
Councilor Luciano, sorry for the interruption, but back to you, please.
Thank you, and I wasn't aware that this was possible. With regards to the gentleman who had articulated the story with regards to beavers, I have to say that I found his comments to be, for lack of a better term, cute, if I can use that term. I also suffer from this very problem, and knowing and hearing that a lot of it had to, or a lot of the area was predominantly clay and sand. I also, on my property, have a situation where there's water flooding because of the clay underneath, and it's been a concern. I also have beavers that have been pretty challenging to deal with, to say the least. And so I can appreciate that. There's one other thing here, and there was some discussions around 2013 by the ecologist. And first and foremost, I really appreciate him presenting. His information was very valuable in me and better helping me understand his assessment of the overall property and his conclusions. But with that said, 2013 seemed to have been a time where there was some confusion or perhaps some changes, and I just did a quick search to determine what the property looked like on Google Maps, and I do see an image captured on September 2013 on Google Maps, whereby there's quite a bit of heavy construction in this particular property, and I can see an excavator as well on the Google Map image. So I'm a little perhaps perplexed to understand how 13 years later we are here with a stop work order when in 2013, excuse me, 12 years later, according to my math, September, there was construction activity already on this particular property as seen in the Google Maps image, and it looks like there's a lot of aggregate being moved around here, and I can only imagine further in. So what was so significant with regards to 2013? Was this pre-change to the PSW? Is that what was being articulated, or and how does it align to the image that I'm seeing here, or does it even align to the image that I'm seeing here on September 2013? Over to the ecologist, if I can ask him a question. Thank you.
All right, thank you for the question, Councillor. So 2013 is the year in which the provincially significant wetland boundary was confirmed by the Ministry of Natural Resources at the time. That becomes, going forward, the official unalterable boundary of the PSW. It's not in the realm of the municipality or the township or any other party to change that boundary unless they do so through the MNR. So when that boundary was confirmed, there, by the ministry's view, there was no wetland to the west of that little sliver that abuts the property boundary on the east side. We're not certain as to when the field work was done to draw that conclusion. It may have been formalized in 2013, but the work could have been done in 2012, maybe even 2011. That wouldn't be unusual.
Mhm.
So the work that we're seeing done in the aerial image from 2013, I'm not sure exactly where that lines up in terms of when the boundary delineation was completed, but they're in the same general ballpark. And as you note, that is now 12, 13 years ago.
Mhm.
I'm not sure if that answers your question, if I need to elaborate further.
No, it does, and thank you very much. And just a general comment, if I may, as I conclude. Based on my assessment, based on what I've heard today, based on what I'm seeing in aerial as well as on Google Maps, I can't objectively conclude that this was potentially an intentional situation whereby the landowner knowingly did what perhaps he shouldn't have been doing. So from my perspective, I'm going to be giving the landowner the benefit of the doubt, and opt to vote accordingly. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hazelton. Sorry, Mr. Bondar.
Thank you, Your Worship. I just wanted to provide one comment from an enforcement standpoint, that the site alteration bylaw indicates environmental protection zones under the township's current zoning bylaw. So that would classify EP, EPW, EPPSW, FH1, natural state islands. So I think we keep going back to this. It's not an EPPSW. It was designated EP. And clearly during the 2014 zoning bylaw, when that came into effect, it rerouted that whole stream into an EPPSW. If that one standpoint was supposed to be EP and the rest to be EPPSW, it would still be deemed a violation. That land in 2008, as part of an application through the planning process to council, was deemed an environmentally protected zone. Moving forward, was it changed to EPPSW? That is correct, but it was still conducted in that zone, and whether what zone said today, it would still be EP and deemed a violation as of our site alteration bylaw.
Thank you. Councillor Hazelton.
Thank you, Mayor. There's a few points that I wanted to make, not so much questions at this point in time, but just points that I wanted to make. If I'm a property owner and I want to do something on my property, if I take a shovel out there, maybe nobody cares. If I bring an excavator and a skid steer and everything else out there, the first thing I think I should be doing is talking to the township and making sure that whatever I plan to do is properly zoned. So I'm not sure that I can accept, the absence of knowledge of what the zoning was, regardless of notification or not. And it's all public knowledge. Anybody can go to the zoning maps and see that the zoning maps reflect what our planning department are telling us today. I asked earlier, our planning department, is there a process for a property owner to get permission to fill in a wetland? And so I wanted to highlight that I think that question becomes very relevant here, because we, in fish habitats all over our township, are occasionally challenged by property owners saying, yeah, there's an F1 fish habitat in front of my property, but I have a little area over here. The rest may be an F1, but this little area here may not be. And they're going to go and they're going to work with environmental experts to get permission to have that little area declassified as F1, maybe down to F2 or whatever, so that they can do something in that sensitive area. And I would suggest that if there is, as their planning department are telling us clearly, there was a decision in 2008. There is no dispute about the fact that that was registered. And we have lots of proof here, in my opinion, from what I'm hearing, that the zoning is correct. The only dispute is, should that zoning be a wetland? And we have an ecologist here that says, no, it shouldn't be. Well, that's the debate that needs to take place before you touch the land. So we've had the land touched, And I think what we are faced with here is the stop work order, I think, reflects the effective strategy of we have these laws in place, we have all this zoning in place, and if you don't like it, you're perfectly free to go through an application process to change it and bring in your ecologist and tell us, get verification that this is, in fact, shouldn't be zone a wetland. But I think where we are today is we need to support our municipal law enforcement staff and our planning staff with what we know today to be factual. And if you don't like those zones, you're certainly free to apply to get changes to them. But that's not where we are today, in my opinion. I think we need to continue with the enforcement that we've got on the record. Thank you.
Councillor Bocek.
Thank you, and through you, Mayor. Couple of comments here that may be of value. I was in the construction business back at this time, and as Mr. Brandon knows, for PLM services, I can tell you absolutely 100% that there was no newspaper in this township. At that time, as today, we have great big signs that say there's going to be there has been a zoning change or an application for a zoning change. There was never any signs on any property whatsoever in this township. So, and another comment is, perhaps our bylaw officer can contest to this. We had no bylaw officers at that time. Is that correct? Because I remember coming into the old township building before this building was built, and tried to talk to them about what I thought was an infraction, and I could not get a response because there was a fire department, but there was no bylaw department. Kaylee, perhaps you could help.
Yeah.
Ms. Nicholson.
Through Mayor Coates here to Brian Bocek, yes, it was actually the building department back then. Since I've been here, there's been a bylaw department, and we all know that's been a very, very long time.
But that was through the building department, so there, if
It's
there
still
was
the
a
bylaw.
yeah, if there was a building infraction,
All bylaws. It was building and bylaw back then. We looked after all complaints.
okay. But contrary to what our manager or our director of planning, there was no signage provided back then. The property owners didn't know that the zoning was being changed, and there was no way of communicating that. And not only that, but back at that time, I can guarantee you that Mr. Brandon didn't have a computer and didn't have access to a website that he could go and check. So from my point of view, we've gained a lot of information here today from the lawyer, from the ecologist, from Mr. Brandon, from the previous owner. We've all gained a lot of information, and I'm not sure myself where we stand on this. So I would like to take all this information and refer it back to the planning department, so that I have a clearer understanding. We could bring this back and I would have a clear understanding with all the new information that you've gained today. And that's just my feelings on it. And of course, council would have to agree to that. But I think I would better understand if it went back to planning with all this new information. Thank you.
Ms. Nicholson.
Through Mayor Coates here to Councillor Bocek, as a person who also worked in the planning department at the beginning of here, it was always a requirement for a person who is doing a planning application to post a sign on their property.
Through you, Mayor, there was many times when we had done work back at that time, and there was never any signage posted. And
are you confessing to prior sins?
I'm sorry?
That's prior sins.
Prior sins, yeah.
I think maybe you should stop now.
No,
there's a lawyer present.
No, I'm just making a point that today we have great big signs, 6 feet by 4 feet. Today. But back then, I don't ever remember any signage on any properties noting that there has been a change to the zoning on that property.
Director Whitlib, and then I'm going to go back to council.
Thank you, your mayor, and I don't want to belabor the points. I'll be really brief. We have a 2008 application that was privately initiated. We have the application form. In a case of a privately initiated site-specific zoning bylaw amendment, not only would the property owner have been certainly directly involved, but notice would have gone to surrounding property owners by direct mail within 120 meters. And as we've heard from municipal staff who were around at the time, a sign would have been posted, and certainly the Planning Act would have required that sign at the time, as well as that direct mailing to the surrounding landowners.
Thank you. Councillor Cooper.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll be brief too. I haven't spoken yet, but I just would add a couple of observations. Whether this was EP or EPPSW, it's provincially protected land. And I think it was in 2008. As to the assertion there may or may not have been notification, Canada Post was in business at that time. And I suspect that notifications would have been sent out. So I think we need to remember that. But I before I say anything else, I think it's important to remember that we've had a professor and Dr. Patchell Fraser doing water testing and wetland work in our township for more than 10 years, more like 15 years. And one of the things that she and her students determined was that wetlands, according, how do I put this? The wetlands that we have in Georgian Bay recede and expand, often relative to rainfall, but even more so the water level, which changes by 6.5 feet. And that change in water level can impact inland wetlands just like this one. So I think it's important to understand that kind of thing impacts receding and expansion of wetlands. If there's evidence that work was being done in 2013 and there was not a knowledge that this is EP land, that seems very strange to me. So I think we should, as has been suggested, continue with our enforcement. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Predko.
Thank you, and through you, Your Worship. I also haven't spoken yet, but I've been listening and obviously thinking intently through this entire conversation. And I'm just going to leave it that the comments that Councillors Hazelton and Cooper sum up my thoughts exactly, and I'm in agreement with their summation of the discussion today.
Thank you. Councillor Graziano, you have a final remark?
Thank you, Your Worship. Actually, it was a question slash remark based on a comment made by Councillor Cooper, and specifically with regards to provincially protected land. And if our Director of Planning can confirm that this is accurate, that it is provincially protected land, perhaps he can confirm that. Is that what it's intended as Councillor Cooper defined?
Through the mayor to council and Councillor Graziano, and it's to your question. No, it's clear to staff that based on 2013 provincial mapping, this is not a provincially significant wetland. Right?
Okay.
The is the mapping.
Thank you. So it's not provincially protected land, rather it is just our municipal EP designation on it. Is that correct?
Yeah, through to the council. So from staff's perspective, there was wetland there. The mapping and the zoning evolved. We have the 2013, again, we take no issue with the 2013 mapping, which identifies the limits of the current PSW. So from staff's perspective, there was wetland. If that wetland was still there today, would it be part of that PSW complex and mapped as such? We don't know.
Yeah, and one other hypothetical question, if I may, just to help me register and formulate my my decision here today. But hypothetically speaking, given the mapping currently, could the applicant apply for a change in zoning based on what the province has deemed today? And if so, would that still be perceived as environmentally protected area, or could they change that?
through the mayor to council and Councilor Graziano, certainly an applicant can initiate their own site-specific zoning amendment based on the publicly available information, and that option remains available to the landowner. As we heard from the parties representing the landowner, staff did indicate to them that this matter would certainly be thoroughly considered as part of the next update. From staff's perspective, it would not be in the interest of the ratepayers of the municipality to initiate a township-initiated zoning bylaw amendment for the benefit of a site-specific property. So from our perspective, if we were asked, we haven't been, but my advice to council would be, let's address this through the comprehensive update, or the landowner himself can initiate his own application based on the information that's available.
Okay, and I appreciate that. So I'll leave what I'm going to read between the lines, and I'll leave it at that. Thank you very much for your comments. Thank you.
Mr. Schweitzer.
So again, Mr. Mayor, I really do not understand why your director of planning has not said to you in the clearest of terms the current extent of the EP PSW zoning shown on the current zoning bylaw map is wrong. He should tell you that right now. And if he doesn't,
I think he has told. I think he has told us that.
Oh, he did say that the zoning currently is wrong. Did
No,
he say that? I haven't heard. I've sat here.
Okay,
I've not heard him say.
That's enough, sir.
Just say. Just be honest and say the zoning is wrong.
You've made your point.
Thank you.
Do we have any environmentally protected areas in our township that are not PSW?
Through the mayor to council, yes, many. We have EP zones currently in the current zoning bylaw. EP, which covers a number of features. We have EPW, which is wetland unclassified, and EPPSW, as well as
I
F1,
knew that was the answer.
F2 fish habitats, etc.
So I would like to sum up what I believe, and then I'm going to go towards getting a motion read and voted on. I don't think there can be there's no doubt in my mind that the lands in question were zoned EP back in 2008. There's no question in my mind that the owner of the property and the neighbors should have been fully aware of that, because notice would have gone out. The owner made the application. They would have understood, the owner, if they were paying any attention and they're paying the fees for it. They made the application in order to achieve the R1-20 zoning that allowed them to do storage on the property, I believe, amongst other things, and should have understood, because it was very clear in 2008 that one section was considered environmental protection, which means that the storage should not have been in that section. It should be in the other sections where it had the R1-20 zoning. It is also clear to me that prior to the 2014 zoning bylaw, that work was taking place in that environmentally protected zone. The aerial photographs indicate that very clearly. The owner at the time, or the new owner, were not charged at that time because probably we weren't aware of it. And then we had very specifically is it 2014 that the current bylaw exists? So the current bylaw basically exists that says that you cannot alter environmentally protected lands, whether they're fish habitat, whether they're provincially sensitive wetlands, whether they're wetlands that aren't provincially recognized but are in our zoning. So to my mind, even if we changed the zoning, the EP would probably still exist based on the past records, or you can shake your head all you want, that's fine. Or the owner would say, this doesn't make any sense, and apply for a zoning change. That's what owners do when they think the zoning is incorrect. They apply for a zoning change. My belief is, given the circumstance, given the history, given all that has happened and what exists today, that per the bylaw instructions, the owner should hire a ecologist or somebody along that line, perhaps Mr. Morris, perhaps somebody else, to come in and say, given the current circumstances and given the request that the township would like a reclamation plan, that reclamation plan might be, let's not make any significant changes to this because we would cause more harm than good if we make those changes, but let's create a border here, or let's restore this. I don't know what because I don't have that expertise, but somebody like Mr. Morris or somebody else would say, here's the best thing we can do with the property now, given all its history, including beavers. I don't know what that would be, but I don't think it's appropriate for us to say, bylaw did their job. I don't have any dispute whatsoever. Bylaw did what our bylaws tell them to do. They discovered that something zoned environmental protection had been altered. That's not supposed to happen. They laid the charge, and part of that charge says, okay, come with a plan to make things better. And I don't know what better will be. I don't have that expertise. With the exception of Mr. Morris, I don't think anybody else in this room has that expertise. And I don't know if that's part of your forte of how to make things better, but I'm sure you could do it. And I'm not recommending Mr. Morris to you. I'm just saying people like Mr. Morris, but it could be Mr. Morris. Let's be clear. I'm not making a recommendation here. That's not my job. I think that should still happen. That's my opinion, is that somebody like a Mr. Morris should go on that property and say, here, given the current circumstances, this is the best thing we can do with the property. Because in my mind, it was an environmentally protected area. Numerous things have happened to that based on the aerial photograph. I mean, we've seen things dug out. We've seen things filled in. And, you know, it could be that the worst thing possible is to try to reestablish things and make it perfectly natural, because it's hard for us to do what nature does best. But it also might be quite possible to make some changes here so that we can all be satisfied. And by the way, I would suggest to you, Mr. Brandon, you may want to make, in conjunction with the work, you may want to make an application to the planning department to say you'd like the zoning on your property changed to perhaps allow outdoor storage, which has clearly been taking place, though I don't think it's in the zone, and perhaps change the boundary of what is currently zoned EP, because the zoning bylaw says it's EP. And I don't care whether it says EP-PDSW or it says EP-nothing. And, you know, we've heard many a times, ignorance is no excuse in front of the law. Well, this is a bylaw, not law, but, you know, when you purchase that property, you should have understood the zoning on it. And if you didn't, then perhaps you'd want to talk to your lawyer or your planner, whoever you hired at the time to assist with that purchase. I don't know. But I think, to me, for us to simply say, oh, it's fine, doesn't matter, is not the appropriate response when I believe bylaw has done the job that they're supposed to do. And I think, but I don't think that means that, you know, we're going to modify the dates if this gets approved. But I think your plan, that's up to you. And the plan may be that you're not going to make too many significant changes and see whether or not the ecologist argues for it and whether our ecologists will say, yeah, that under the circumstances, that's the best thing to do. But that, to me, let's get this to a point that we all have the zoning and the plan be the best for the property going forward, given all the history. So, the current motion reads, moved by Councillor Jarvis, second by Councillor Bocheck. Be it resolved that Council confirm the repair order issued to the property owner of 386 Baxter Loop Road, and the Council directs staff to alter the due dates set out in the repair order, such as Section 1 be updated to November 30th, 2025, Section 2 be updated to April 30th, 2026, and Section 3 be updated to June 30th, 2026. Council,
Recorded vote, please, Mayor.
all those in favor? Clerk Wade, please determine.
Let the record show Councillor Bocheck has requested a recorded vote. Councillor Bocheck, how do you vote?
No.
Councillor Cooper, how do you vote?
Yes.
Councillor Graziano, how do you vote?
No.
Councillor Hazelton, how do you vote?
Yes.
Councillor Jarvis, how do you vote?
Yes.
Councillor Predko, how do you vote?
Yes.
Mayor Kutsier, how do you vote?
Yes.
Let the record show the motion's carried 5-2.
All right, thank you very much. Council. Council, we can break for lunch and come back for the two application staff reports. And I'm concerned about an individual's health, or we can power through and see. I don't have no idea how long these next two reports will take. Yep. Yeah. Oh, so Tuesdays you can go straight to dinner. Okay. Okay, Council, shall we go? Okay, Council, are you ready to power through? Okay. All right, let's go to plan application staff report on the official plan and zoning bylaw amendment O24-03 and Z24-18 for 15124 Georgian Bay Shore. Mr. Kratky, I'll let you lead this off, please.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm just waiting for this. I'm having the same troubles that my colleague had earlier where the drop down of the Zoom covers the start of the slideshow button. So we're gathered here to consider a decision for applications number O2403 and Z2418 regarding subject lands municipally known as 15124 Georgian Bay Shore. And again, there is someone here from the agent, MHBC Planning, although it is not Jamie Robinson. The subject lands are located approximately at the very northern part of the Honey Harbor coastal waterfront community. And you can see them here in a larger key map. This was before council on a number of occasions, most recently last month, when a deferral was requested by the agent. And the deferral was to provide for a renaturalization plan as required by the peer review comments from Hutchinson Environmental on behalf of the township. And that renaturalization plan now satisfies the peer review comments. It includes natural species to be planted in the area of the renaturalization zone. I'm not going to review the purpose and effect of the application. They are in the report and they've been read before publicly. Again, the renaturalization plan has satisfied all of the requirements, and in summary, the OPA and ZBA have regard for provincial interest. They are consistent with the PPS. They conform to the MOP and the Georgian Bay official plan, and the OPA is an appropriate amendment to the Georgian Bay official plan. The zoning bylaw amendment is an appropriate amendment to the Georgian Bay zoning bylaw. And therefore, it's my recommendation that staff approve the bylaws regarding both applications. Thank you.
All right. Councillor Bocheck, your hand is up.
I'm sorry.
Okay. Any other councillors? Councillor Jarvis.
I would just like to make the observation that I think in my time here as councillor, that's the shortest report you've ever given us.
Well, again, there's been a lot of reports previously about this site that feed into it, and there was the simple matter.
There's been quite a bit of literature on this back and forth. You are satisfied, or you guys are now satisfied with what has been presented for renaturalization. Is that the quick summary?
Yes.
Thank you.
There is already a site plan application and the site plan will implement the renaturalization plan with the species that are listed.
Thank you.
I have a question. Sorry. In that report, 51% naturalized, 49% not. And yet I look at this and it looks like 2/3 or more is naturalized. Why are we only asking for 51% when it should be 75%?
The image is a little misleading because the buildings are actually in that 15-meter setback. And so when you're looking at that renaturalization plan, you're visually contemplating the land that remains between those buildings and the water, and you're saying, well, that seems to be more than 51%. But when you actually include a good part of the dwelling, as well as all of the sleeping cabin in that minimum setback, in that naturalization area, you lose that part. And so without requiring the demolition of that sleeping cabin, there is no way to achieve the minimum 75%. And again, the sleeping cabin was built without a building permit. The dwelling was expanded without a building permit by a previous owner, and an enforcement of our building officers led to these official plan and zoning bylaw amendment applications.
Okay, but I'm going to go one step further. Our 75% rule normally covers what, 20 meters in?
15 meters.
15 meters in. Can't we insist that 75% of the first 10 meters or 15 meters are naturalized? Because that's what they've done. Because there's a full band of naturalization in front of that cabin.
So again, no, they would have to demolish the sleeping cabin?
No, you're not listening to me. And if you are insistent on the 15 meters, I'm saying, what about the first 5 or 7 meters that are closest to the shore? That looks to me here like it's been naturalized, that the shoreline, shall we say, the land between the cabin and the water, it looks to me here like there's a naturalization plan.
Yes, if your question is, will the view from the canoe be improved so that the building and the sleeping cabin are less visible? The answer is yes. However, most of the plants that are included in the renaturalization plan are not trees. There are some trees, and so there will be some tree canopy added to the view from the canoe. But many of the plants are closer to the ground and would not prevent the view from either the dwelling or the sleeping cabin, or from the canoe to the dwelling or the sleeping cabin.
I guess what I want is when you're just within the first few meters of the water line, which I know goes up and down, I would like that to be naturalized. Like I would like much of the area between the buildings and the shore be naturalized. And what concerns me is if we say you only have to naturalize 51%, then they're getting off more than they should in what we're hoping for. That's just my comment, and maybe that'll be part of the site plan, but let's make the shoreline as natural as possible, even if you got a building stuck 10 meters away.
I believe that's what this achieves.
Okay.
And that's why I want to satisfy the district's so,
yeah.
Microphone, please.
Oh, I'm sorry. District staff have agreed as well that despite the fact that we are not achieving the 75%, that the application is making the best possible use of the land that does remain between the buildings and the water of Georgian Bay for renaturalization.
Thank you. Seeing no other hands, I have moved by Councillor Cooper, seconded by Councillor Predko. Be it resolved, the Council for the Township of Georgian Bay approves bylaw 2025-074 for OPA 26-15-124 Georgian Bay Shore and bylaw 25-075 for zoning bylaw amendment for 15-124 Georgian Bay Shore regarding concurrent official plan and zoning bylaw amendment application number 024-03 and number Z24-18. All those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you. Shall we try to power through the last one? Okay. Zoning bylaw amendment application Z25-08. That's for a hold on 380 Macy Bay Road. To our planning department, please.
And I apologize. My computer has been misbehaving today, so I'm closing things down as I open things up. So bear with me for one moment. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm bringing before council a decision meeting that follows up on a public meeting last month for a staff-initiated application number Z2508 regarding subject lands municipally known as 380 Macy Bay Road. The subject lands are located approximately 2/3 of the way from Port Severn to Honey Harbor, and they front onto Georgian Bay. They have road access currently from Macy Bay Road, but the lands do actually reach Honey Harbor Road directly. The subject lands have been well considered by both this municipal council and the Ontario Land Tribunal and its successor organizations. In 2021, a site plan was ordered by the then Land Planning Appeals Tribunal, which is now, of course, the Ontario Land Tribunal, that included a redevelopment area on the subject lands for the purposes of a 3-season park model home tourist commercial establishment. The purpose of this zoning bylaw amendment is to reestablish a hold provision that was removed approximately the same time by this council when that site plan took effect. The site plan has not been realized, and the township has had an option to revoke it since 2023. Despite ongoing pre-application consultations regarding that site plan with the current owner, who took ownership just on November 5th, 2024, staff are of the opinion that this is the best way to move forward and protect the very sensitive natural features in this area until such time as a site plan can be successfully negotiated with the current landowner. The CT26 zone lands by this bylaw would become the CT26H zone lands, and the reestablishment of that holding provision would still require site plan control. Amongst the correspondence received at the public meeting, which was supportive of staff's position, more recently we have received a letter from a solicitor on behalf of the owner objecting to this zoning bylaw amendment. And I believe that's in council's correspondence. I'm sorry, I apparently have pressed a pause somehow on my screen share, and I apologize. I didn't even know that existed, nor how to turn it off. So the CT26 zone lands would become the CT26H zone. There would be no change to the zone boundary, only requirement is for site plan control. Again, the solicitor objects. However, staff are of the opinion that the zoning bylaw amendment to reestablish the hold has regard for provincial interest. And again, there are very significant natural heritage features here, is consistent with the PPS, conforms to the Muskoka official plan and the Georgian Bay official plan, and is an appropriate amendment to the Georgian Bay zoning bylaw, which is certainly within the authority of this council, given the ability to revoke the 2021 site plan. And therefore, be it resolved that Council for the Township of Georgian Bay approves a bylaw for 2025 to add a hold for 380 Macy Bay Road regarding zoning bylaw amendment application number Z2508. Thank you.
Thank you. Council, any questions? Councilor Cooper.
Thank you, Planner Grafsky. And thank you, Mayor. I support the hold. I just wanted to make sure that were the applicants to come back to us and try and get another approval, do you have on your radar all the issues that transpired in terms of inappropriate things, inappropriate measures around things like roads, like the park model is a double wide as opposed to a single wide? Do you have all that on your radar should somebody come forward and say, we want to get back in business?
So through the mayor to Councillor Cooper, the board's order in 2017 included an official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment. The zoning bylaw amendment did create specific requirements for the C2-6 zone. But there, of course, are many requirements within the C2 zone which still apply. So the answer is dialogue continues with the current owner and their consulting team through a pre-application consultation for a new site plan development that must conform to the existing site-specific official plan for Lindholm or Lakeholm Landing and the current site-specific zone, the CT26 zone. We will continue to ensure that any site plan approval would implement those zones. If the applicants for a site plan decide to change their approach and seek other approvals for the Planning Act, those are certainly options. Those are not options that have yet been seriously discussed with them. In terms of any history prior to the 2017 board order, unfortunately, that history is important to understand, and it certainly is a part of a very detailed draft pre-application consultation memo that the owner will receive likely later today. But it is just that, it is a history, it is a background. What the board ordered in 2017 is the current site-specific policies and zoning for the lands.
So we wouldn't have any grounds to point out to the OLT that they made a mistake in terms of what size of trailer could be used on this land. No. We're whistling Dixie.
Correct.
Wow. Thank you.
Councilor Jarvis.
Yeah, I share Councillor Cooper's concerns there, but just for now, if we decide to approve this recommendation, my understanding up to now is there has been some work progressing on this property, and would that put a definite hold on any further work being done on this property?
In my opinion, our zoning bylaw is more easily defended should an enforcement action be taken, then would be the 2021 site plan.
Councilor Predko.
Thank you, and through you, Chair. Quick question to the planner with regards to the hold and the conditions that will bring the hold off again. You have site plan control. Council does not have site plan control. Will the hold coming off be approved by council based on our acceptance of your acceptance of the site plan or of our acceptance of the site plan?
It would be approved by the acceptance of the Director of Planning of the site plan after the Director of Planning receives a report from me as the responsible planner.
Thank you.
Director Woodley.
And just further to that, so through the site plan control bylaws, Mr. Kratky indicated, the site plan approval is delegated to the Director of Planning. However, removal of hold, that still requires the passing of a bylaw. That's not a delegated authority I have. So we would still come back to council regarding the passing of a bylaw to remove the hold and explaining staff's reasons for recommending removal of the hold at that time.
Thank you. That was my actual question. So,
okay. For clarification, site plan is going to be if we pass this, that we put this hold on the property and there is no site plan agreement. Is that correct? Like the current site plan agreement will be null and void?
So we will be revoking the 2021 approval of a site plan. And again, the documentation that supported that site plan agreement will require an update. That hasn't changed. And some additional matters that have become more important in the PPS and others that have become mapped by the district will begin to be discussed. As well, there are some unfortunate matters of the previous board decisions that we can address, and I will be asking for those to be addressed so that it is very clear on the site plan application that may come forward how it complies with the zoning bylaw.
Okay. So then my next question is, you revoke the current site plan agreement. That means that for a period of time, there's no site plan agreement until the application comes in and gets approved by the director. So in the meantime, what are they allowed to do or not do on the property from a site alteration perspective, if I can put it that way? Director Whitman.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I suppose I turn my camera on too for the public here. It's a nuanced point, but to be clear, the hold would be imposed, and what the township would be revoking is the site plan approval. The plans, so you have an agreement and you have a site plan approval. The site plan approval is revoked. The hold requires the applicants to get a new site plan approval. They'd make their submissions, etc. With that, at some point, the new owners, the current owners, the applicants, would need to enter into their own site plan agreement, which would replace the old site plan agreement.
But that doesn't answer my question.
I just wanted to point that out.
Can they continue to create trailer sites, for lack of a better term, or continue to put in new trails or whatever they want to do when there's no site plan approval in place?
So no, the hold prevents any development taking place on the lands until site plan approval is received and the hold is removed.
So they cannot, if we pass this, they cannot continue with site alteration, for lack of a better term.
That's correct. There are a number of open building permits associated with 2011 sales buildings and a dock. Those building permits continue to be open, but they are for a very specific purpose, and that purpose is a sales building or sales buildings.
Frankly, I'm not concerned about them making modifications to the existing buildings. I'm concerned about them creating sites for trailers with that at their will, because there is no site. That's what I'm concerned about. Further, that's why I'm calling it site alteration, not building alteration.
It's my opinion that our bylaw is far more easy to enforce than might be the 2021 site plan.
Okay. All right. I'm going to read the motion. Oh, well then you better put, oh, there it is now. There it is. Councillor Bochek, did you have your hand up?
Thank you, and through you, Mayor.
You just unmuted. You hit the wrong microphone button. You're not, this isn't.
There we go. But can people online still hear me? Oh, okay. Through you, Mayor, just some point of clarity here. So my understanding on this property is historically, going back to its beginning, was Dreamers Trailer Park. And then after that, the zoning was changed to allow the construction of residential homes. And then it came back to a mobile home park. Now, we have a bylaw in place, and you can research this, that says within the township of Georgian Bay, no new trailer parks or no additions to any current trailer parks may exist. I think you both know that bylaw is in place. So by putting this hold on, you said that revokes the rights of what they had in place. Am I correct in that?
Only until such time as there is a further site plan approval given for those lands. This has been, so there was a 3-season trailer park on these lands before Georgian Bay Township came into existence.
Correct.
We're not going to spend the next half hour going through history, are we?
No.
Okay.
I'm just very quickly going to say this has gone to the Ontario Municipal Board many times, and subsequently to the Ontario Land Tribunal. The most recent decision of the Ontario Municipal Board in 2017 regarding what is permitted on these lands stands.
Okay.
And it is implemented by the CT2 zone. And the board originally had a hold on that site-specific zone, which this bylaw reestablishes. The purpose of that hold was for a site plan to implement that decision. The site plan in 2021 was revocable by the municipality before the current owner took possession of these lands. But since the current owner has taken possession of these lands, we have been unable to find a satisfactory resolution to our pre-application consultation discussions that would lead me to be filled with satisfactory hope that is immediately forthcoming. And so this matter is brought before council so that council may exercise, well, so that the municipality may exercise its right to revoke the 2021 site plan, but at the same time protect the land by reestablishing the hold.
I thank you for that, and that certainly straightens out my question.
Moved by Councillor Graziano, second by Councillor Cooper. Be it resolved, the Council for the Township of Georgian Bay approves bylaw 2025-076, which is a hold on 380 Macy Bay regarding zoning bylaw amendment application Z25-08. All those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you.
Mayor, may I make a comment?
If it's brief.
I'd just like to take a second and commend both the planning department and specifically Jeff Kratke for taking the initiative in dealing with this matter. The community thanks you. Great work.
Moved by Councillor Hazelton, second by Councillor Graziano. You want me to make that a motion? Be it resolved, the Planning Council adopt bylaw 2025-077 to confirm the proceedings of the November 4, 2025 council meeting. All those in favor? That is carried. Moved by Councillor Cooper, seconded by Councillor Predko. Be it resolved that Planning Council is now adjourned at 1:24 p.m. until December 2nd, 2025 at 9 a.m. or the call of the chair. All those in favor? And we are now adjourned. Thank you very much.